guys, welcome to the world's most powerful horse racing method. You can find me at www.horseracingadvisor.co.uk. Sunday the 2nd of April 2023, and yeah, Doncaster's 30 minutes away from me, and unfortunately I can't have a day out at the races because very difficult to cover everything from the vehicle as I film the racing. I could do with an extra body, so really a waste of time going out. Sat here in the comfort of my own home and able to cover every race from here. Apart from, I have a job to do today. Let's hope it doesn't cost another 15 points when I have to nip out. Right, so the 135 at Doncaster, very early market. As you know, I operate on live last minute shows, and the bookmakers have changed those last minute shows to just before the off to try and scupper the chances of me getting this out there, but I am going to go live shortly. We are going to give a free trial of a week's run to people. I am going to cover UK and Irish race meetings most days and nights. So let's try that and see how comfortable I am with working non-stop those hours. This method does transfer to any type of horse racing or dog racing worldwide. And what you're going to see is the method run today, same as yesterday. If you saw the Saturday video, you're only going to see the three main methods. I'm not going to put in the strong market indicators. I'll quickly read this race now. We'll come back for the 12:30. Right, okay, so let's read this first race. Let's use the best markets available for it. Gravel's on today, so Gravel, yeah. So for the fixed racing, yeah, Gravel is very good for the fixed racing. But I'm not going to be able to fit all that in. Same as America, there's many good fixed races happening over in America. So let's read this race to start with. I'll just reset, try and get as many recorded in Racing Index as possible, but that's not always possible. That's why we switched to YouTube, to show the ones that genuinely I've missed and not been able to record into here, which has been over 1,000 points profit in the last 3 months. That I've missed, and very, very frustrating that this method of recording doesn't suit my method. Really, tipsters that want to put in their early information in the morning, that's fine for them. It's not really practical for my method. So Doncaster's first, 135. Let's do a read. One, two, three, four co-favourites, 5-1. The top jockey there is the one weekly signalled out of those. Miss Serena Brotherton for Two Brothers. Michael and David Easterby, let's see if they're in any form. They've hit one and gone close with two recently. Strong signal for Mr. Camacho. It's the same trainer So that's interesting. So yeah, very, very interesting for the Easterby team, as they've got 2 in. Strongest signal of them for Miss Amy Collier. However, Serena Brotherton's more likely being the top jock. Further reading into it, Clansman is not signalled for my method. Carragilly has a weak signal. And again, it's the Easterbys. So very Easterby dominated this race. So I'd expect a winner and a place to come out of that. Strong signal for Queen as well at the minute. So when this market settles and we get the live shows, then we'll show the difference of what the changes are. So the bookmaker's going to throw out, for instance, if there's been a tip by a massive following or for a tipster this morning for Queen, and everybody's just got on because this guy's quite popular, and force the price down, and then the bookmakers will open up the last shows and show you if he deems that professional money, as it's not professional money, it's just from somebody's opinion. They know when the real money's down, and that's when that causes me to have a gold gamble signal or a reverse gamble signal throughout the day. Longclaw, no signal, and Maffeo Barberini has no signal. So I'll be back in about 20 minutes and we'll look for any changes in this market. I'm not playing the strong bets today, so there's no fix in this race. Certainly I will be concentrating on the Easterbys here. Let's look at Thomas Gallagher's form. The trainer's not in any particular form. That doesn't mean the horse can't pop up for these stables now and again. So back in 20 minutes, guys. Right, guys, so we're just going to take a look at this final market. Still a weak signal for Two Brothers, strong each way. Mr. Comancho. Weak for the 5, Carrick Filly. All 3 Easterby horses signalled. And Queen is still strong as well. So no gold bet, no. Okay, what? Handicap. Kevin Frost. Weak reverse gamble on Long Claw. So no selection really in this one. So just listen to how it goes and how accurate the market is in the first.
Take on Plymouth. Plymouth, of course, leading the charge in League One at the moment. Could be on for the double if they win this. Maybe win the league as well. Pete thinks they will win this. Ryan Hardy is his goal scorer recommendation. And under 2.5 goals in the match as a whole. 90 minutes betting only as well, that. So provided they're under 2.5 goals before extra time kicks in, then that would be a winner. Obviously, there'd be no way for Pete's bet to win in that scenario because Plymouth need to win in the 90 minutes to cop that. But if you are just betting unders in general, it pertains to the 90 minutes only, so you wouldn't be done with a goal in extra time. We've actually boosted the price of Pete's selection as well. Ryan Hardy to score, Plymouth to win, and under 3 goals in the 90 minutes. 9-1 now, out from 7s. That's available on the website, the app, and on the sports betting terminals with a plus card. Do you fancy a piece of that? Loads of enhanced odds offers on the game, actually. Ryan Hardy to score the first goal is 7-1 out from 5. Dion Charles to score first was 4-1 out to 6-1. He'd been in good goal scoring nick for Northern Ireland during the international break. It's competitively priced as well, the 90 minutes there. Bolton 6-4, Plymouth 13-8, the draw 2-1. So all three results very possible per the market. Running at Doncaster for the 12.31. Favourite here is the 2, True Mount Lady at 2-1. And away they go. They're racing at Doncaster for the 12.31, and Trap 1 in the form has come out best and leads the way at the turn. 3 is giving chase. He's right on the tail of the 1 dog. That's Barnside Taylor. Next is True Mount Lady, and then Titanic Socks and Green.
Right guys, try again. So we're 2 minutes before the off of the first race at Doncaster. I've got signalled a potential reverse gamble with Cogital, and the positive side of the market reads, well, co-favourites, they're likely to, one of those likely to be the winner. Two Brothers is the strongest. Signal in this race with Captain Haddock. So Torricello's quite weak, and Queen is a weak now reverse gamble. So I'm going to put Queen in. I'm not going to do the strong bets here. I'm just going to be greedy and go for the big odds in the first. Switch over to the commentary soon. So yeah, the strongest backed horses in this, Captain Haddock and Two Brothers. It is a handicap, so there's potential for reverse gambles straight away. Quite a strong Cogital reverse gamble. Everybody following in the industry is going to be going, what the hell is he talking about? Well, I'm the only person on planet Earth to come up with the reverse gamble over many years of studying the markets. It's proven itself to hit very big wins very often. If not wins, as good as wins, placing at big odds. Very regular. So the positive side of the market, yeah, the 2, Torcello, a little bit of money, considered weak. Signal, strongest signals, Captain Haddock and Two Brothers. And there was another one, if you just find that. No, that's all there is. That's all there is. So yeah, so it's narrowed down on final markets to strong Torture, strong Captain Haddock, and strong. Oh, just weakened before the off Two Brothers. So right at the very end, just on the off. Yeah, everything's kind of weak. Oh, I've missed one. Strong each way, Mujid. Late money for it. And it has touched Gold Gamble, actually. Mujid has touched Gold Gamble against the let's see the late moves, how they've adjusted from, so Cogital 70-1 back into 40-1 in one snap. Queen's continued to drift a little bit. Excuse that background noise. Can't help that. Right, okay, let's listen to this first one. It's a good race day. I think straight over to the 140 in Ireland, actually, 3 minutes away, so better read that and get that on. Just watch me do that while I play this race.
Front Torcello in front, shows the way by about a neck to Carragillihy racing in second. They're followed through in third by Star Angel to the inside of Clansman, who's improving. Deeper out of that one as they take the turn in towards the home straight is Cogital, and behind that one Two Brothers, followed by Mr. Camacho, fanning out across the track. Then back inside the final half mile they come. A difference of opinion as to where to go. Torcello sticking to the far side. Coming right down the middle is Star Angel, Carragillihy and Clansman near side with Two Brothers Black Jacket just behind them. Cogital is next, then Mr. Camacho, the purple with the check sleeves, back towards the final three. Inside it they go. Torcello comes under pressure on the far side. Clansman lays down the challenge to Carragillihy towards the near side. Two Brothers is still coming. Star Angel next with Cogital and Mr. Camacho on the extreme left for Amir Collier's trying to get into it as well, but it's Clansman and Jack Lander inside the final two by 2 lengths to Carragillihy, then Mr. Camacho the near side. Two Brothers is next, and over on the far side Captain Haddock is finishing well. Inside the furlong they go. Clansman nudged out, still trying to finish Mr. Camacho. Two Brothers next and Captain Haddock, but Clansman's finding enough here inside the final half. Driven right out, Clansman still trying Mr. Camacho. Up towards the line they come. It's going to go the way of Clansman and Jack Lander. Tight behind Captain Haddock went past with Mr. Camacho. They were followed by Two Brothers, Carragillihy, Star Angel and Cogital.
Yeah, Clansman returns the winner of our first race at Doncaster, then returns around about the 15-2 winner, and we will bring you the SPs shortly.
So, not very accurate in the first. Let's check the ground. So, it's soft ground there, so that would affect things a little bit. The money wasn't very accurate there. Captain Haddock was up there trying. Ended up a weak signal, the winner. And that wasn't a reverse gamble, so that's not looking good for reverse gambles for the day. Cogital. When it snapped back into 40, it went off reverse gamble signal anyway. Yeah, so let's get straight into the Irish race. I've done the Irish race, just I said I wouldn't do the strong ones today, but I've gone for the strong one. I've forced a bet here with Unseen each way against that strong favourite, which we don't back favourites unless we really have to. Top jockey on Crum of Comfort has a weak signal just before the off. I've gone for the potential reverse gamble Golden Nugget. Let's listen to that one and prepare for the next. Quite a busy day. See, yeah, we really don't want to be playing these soft ground things where there's non-runners, because that affects the market reads. But we'll still give it a go. We'll still talk it through. But like I say, we're only interested in getting those reverse gambles, gold gambles today, and fixers, which the change of ground might be more scarce.
Our Jervis of Marenstown. So line of 6 bring them into the home straight, but Ottazzini along the rail with Smooth Player, Law Ella, our Jervis of Marenstown. Then Any Luck column, Assume Nothing, Crumb of Comfort, Gimley's Cave. And the final quartet, Calazur, Lucky 2. And then Bective Bridge in the overall back marker as they pass the stands is Golden Nugget. Downhill, making the run towards the first. And Ottazzini and Smooth Player, the leading pair. To Marenstown on the outside of our Jervis, Law Ella just about 5th. And Gimley's Cave, Crumb of Comfort, Assume Nothing, and over jumping and depositing Darrow O'Keefe into the turf there is Lucky 2. So Ottazzini, Smooth Player, Marenstown, 3 in a line to Law Ella, Crumb of Comfort, and our Jervis. Outside of our Jervis races Any Luck column, then the Sheepskin Nose Bandit, Gimley's Cave, the Grey, Assume Nothing, judged the best turned out, then Calazur, Nay Bother, and Bective Bridge. So making the run towards hurdle number 2. An overall leader now is Marenstown on the outside, 3 wide off the rail to Smooth Player in company with Ottazzini. Then a break of about 2.5 lengths to Law Ella. Crumb of Comfort, our Jervis, Gimley's Cave. And then racing with the blue and yellow on the outside is Any Luck column, Assume Nothing, Calazur, Bective Bridge, and then comes Golden Nugget. Uphill they climb. And Marenstown with the blue, white and yellow has the lead. To in second place, the mauve and yellow of Ottazini. Then the red and white in third place is Smooth Player. And then the pale colours along the rail, Law Ella. The grey and red hoops of Crumb of Comfort. And then comes the black striped sleeves on the outside of R. Jervis. The green sleeves and the red body along the rail of Gimley's Cave. The grey horse, Assume Nothing, Bective Bridge and Golden Nugget had it coming together, and just ridden away from the landing side of that hurdle was Any Luck Column. But Marenstown, a clear leader now by a couple of lengths to Ottazini and Smooth Player, Law Ella, Crumb of Comfort, R. Jervis, Gimley's Cave and Assume Nothing, Any Luck Column, Calazur, Golden Nugget and Bective Bridge. So, little right hand turn, bring them on to the next hurdle. Marenstown and Sean Flanagan to Ottazini, JJ Slevin. And then comes Michael O'Sullivan on board Smooth Player, Keith Donoghue and Law Ella, Rachel Blackmore, Crumb of Comfort in behind. Along the rail then is Peter Smithers and Gimley's Cave in company with R. Jervis and Jody McGarvey. Shane Fitzgerald riding the grey, Assume Nothing. Then comes Dennis O'Regan along the rail in the predominantly yellow of Calazur, Any Luck Column, and Shane O'Callaghan in the Temple Burn Racing Syndicate Silks. And then comes the Bective Studs, Golden Nugget and Carl Miller. And just about looking on in 12th at this moment in time is Bective Bridge and Corey McGivern. But through their starting point, they have it all to do again. Marenstown to Ottazini, Smooth Player, Law Ella, the leading quartet. In 5th place is Crumb of Comfort, R. Jervis and Gimley's Cave, Assume Nothing, Any Luck Column, Calazur, Bective Bridge and Golden Nugget. So up in front of the stands, circuit to go in the Cozy Roof Maiden Hurdle, and Marenstown with the lead. To in second place, Smooth Player, Ottazini disputing that. Then comes Law Ella, Crumb of Comfort, R. Jervis, Assume Nothing is just nosed ahead of Gimley's Cave, Any Luck Column. And then comes Calazur, Bective Bridge and Golden Nugget. From Marenstown, Smooth Player and Ottazini, these three have a length and a half advantage over Law Ella. Crumb of Comfort, R. Jervis, a clear 6th. And then comes Assume Nothing, Gimley's Cave, Any Luck Column, racing on the outside of Calazur. Then comes Golden Nugget of Bective Bridge. The downhill they race, and Marenstown, Smooth Player and Ottazini, Law Ella stalking in 4th. Then comes Crumb of Comfort, and then getting a little bit closer once again is R. Jervis on the outside of Assume Nothing and Gimley's Cave. Any Luck Column, Calazur, Golden Nugget and Bective Bridge. Over the next, Marenstown, slight mistake by Ottazini, out jumped by Smooth Player, mistake out the back by Bective Bridge, and is ridden away by Corey McGivern. Climbing uphill, and Marenstown with the lead by little over a length to Smooth Player, Ottazini, Law Ella, Crumb of Comfort. The field, bar Bective Bridge, just now covered by about 7 lengths. But Marenstown, the Castle Hume Syndicate, Silks, to in second place, Caldwell Construction, Smooth Player. And then comes the Ladies Who Lunch owned Ottazini, Law Ella, Crumb of Comfort, R. Jervis and Gimley's Cave, swinging right-handed on to the next. Marenstown, Smooth Player, Ottazini, out jumped by Law Ella, R. Jervis out to the left. And reminders for Bective Bridge. But Marenstown, hassle-free on the front end. 2 in second is Smooth Player. Ottazini a clear 3rd. Law Ella, Crumb of Comfort. Calazur's got closer. Then comes Gimley's Cave on the inside of R. Jervis. Then Golden Nugget also inching closer. Any Luck Column, Assume Nothing and Bective Bridge. But Marenstown and Smooth Player, Law Ella, 3 wide. And sitting in 3rd. Ottazini along the rail. Calazur, Crumb of Comfort. And these have opened up a gap to Golden Nugget and Gimley's Cave, but it's Marenstown now challenged by Smooth Player. Law Ella inching closer all the while. Ottazini on heels. Then comes Calazur and Crumb of Comfort clear of Golden Nugget inside the final quarter mile. And they only have 1 hurdle to jump, and it's Marenstown, Smooth Player, Law Ella. But a Smooth Player, and it's knuckle on landing there by Law Ella. But Smooth Player, Law Ella now quickly off the bridle. But Smooth Player challenged by Law Ella. Ottazini, Marenstown, Calazur as they swing into the home straight inside the final furlong. And Law Ella stands side. Smooth Player the far side. And it's Law Ella, Keith Donoghue, hands and heels to Smooth Player, Calazur, Ottazini. But Law Ella's going to score, and quite cosily at the line. Law Ella wins, 2nd Smooth Player, 3rd photo finish between Ottazini and Calazur, Marenstown and Crumb of Comfort.
Yeah, close to the 3rd there, but it's Law Ella who's come out on top in the 140 at Downpatrick. Pretty comprehensive win in the end for the...
Yeah, strong favourite. Law Ella wins. It was signalled for the win in a non-handicap. Orsini might have got some of our money back on 3rd. Golden Nugget again wasn't a reverse gamble. 150 at Ascot, 3 minutes away. This is a favourite that we could lay for about 10 to 1. That would be a lay bet on the 7, but we're not going to do that. Skelton Yard seems to have come off form a little bit. They had a winning favourite yesterday. Spogo is nearly a gold each way gamble. Weak money for James Jett. Gold each way gamble for Know When to Hold 'em. Might like the ground. It'll have to go in. In a non-handicap, I doubt it. I don't know where the money's come from. It's a signal and they all have to be covered. Let's leave you with a commentary for this one. See if that favourite gets beat. Turned over. Miles from Wicklow. We're quite good on the lay bets. Excuse me.
Solid favourite.
Yeah, he's the right horse at the top of the market for me. He won a point-to-point before joining this yard. I think he's run 2 decent races under rule so far. He chased a nice horse home with John Joe O'Neill's at Foss last, and then he was just collared late on at Eutoxia by a horse of Ollie Murphy's. I don't think he'll have any issues with trip or ground or anything today, and I think he's a pretty solid one at the top. El Rio is an interesting contender. Didn't show a great deal in 2 National Hunt Flat races in Ireland before winning a point-to-point, and then would have won the other week at Chepstow but falling at the last. If he's over that, I could see him running well, but I think they found a decent spot here for Miles from Wicklow, and I'd be disappointed if he got beat. Now, he's a mark of 119. I'd probably be interested in him if he turned up in a handicap of a mark like that. I think he does look like a nice, honest type of horse, and I think he can get a bit of revenge for just getting caught on the post last time, and hopefully he'll take a bit of beating for the Skeltons.
Okay, hopefully he's the one then to get his head in front. He's finished second on his last 2 runs, and he is the 5 to 4 favourite. Next in the betting is El Rio on 2 to 1, and Spargo is on 9 to 2. So he'll be your selection, will he? Miles from Wicklow.
Yeah, I think he's a pretty solid option to start the day there. Like I say, I think his form's pretty solid. El Rio's got to just, get a bit of confidence back after that fall last time, albeit he would have won, but I don't think that was as deep a race as possibly from what Miles from Wicklow's running. And yeah, I think he's short enough, isn't he, at the top of the market, 5 to 4, but I think he deserves to be that sort of price.
Okay, deserves to be that sort of price then, says Jan in the studio here at William Hill, and they are walking forward, so it won't be long before they jump off for this opening race at Ascot, the 150, and it's Miles from Wicklow, who is the 11 to 8 market leader. Best of luck if you're having a bet with us here at William Hill. We can now go to Ascot and get the call live from the track.
And they're off and racing. Our opening race today on Spring Family Race Day is the Ascot Racecourse supports Ascot United Warriors maiden hurdle race, and at a steady tempo El Rio has the stage to himself as he comes down towards the first of 10 flights of hurdles. El Rio then pops over that handily enough from Spago in second place and Miles from Wicklow in third. Behind those leaders, James Jett is in amongst runners. Know When to Hold 'em's on the wide outside, and just in behind these from post to pillar is just about last of all. So the leader is El Rio. They've taken the first 2 safely, and now they round the home bend for the first time and race through the 2-mile start and are about to head past very busy, enthusiastic enclosures here today. Great to see so many people here of all ages as El Rio leads from Miles from Wicklow, disputing second with Spago. Behind those is James Jett and Know When to Hold 'em as they take the next. El Rio is jumping off to the right here once again, did that last time as well, and from post to pillar is the back marker. I wondered at first whether he was just fishing for a little bit of different ground, but I just think it's a habit of his just to ease to the right, and he jumped that one well. That's El Rio over the 4th safely. He leads from Miles from Wicklow in second place, followed then by Spago in third. James Jett is in 4th place, and then comes Know When to Hold 'em. and Know When to Hold'em followed closely from Post to Pillar being the back marker, as there are now just 7 lengths covering first to last, and they turn away in what is now a bright afternoon here at Ascot towards flights 5 and 6, which are on the downhill part of the run, heading towards the far side of the track. So they've got 1.5 miles left to run, and they're now racing towards the next flight, which sees El Rio still out in front. El Rio over safely from both Miles from Wicklow and Spago. The other 3 in line now. James Jett on the inside to the outer, that is Know When to Hold'em, and from Post to Pillar is now very keen amongst runners. He's been set alight somewhat and not settling as they take the next of their flights. And now a good long run down through Swinley Bottom and on towards the final 4 flights of hurdles. Leader is still El Rio, showing the way from Miles from Wicklow and Spago on the outside with the yellow sleeves, and the other 3 in touch with Know When to Hold'em on the outside of James Jett and just the back marker from Post to Pillar as they take the Swinley Bottom turn, and this brings them inside the final mile of the contest with now just 4 flights of hurdles left to take. So El Rio, who was so unlucky not to register a win last time out at Chepstow, crumpled late there, in front here and has been untroubled with this lead. Spago and Miles from Wicklow have been wanting to sit behind him throughout the contest, and they stay there, 2nd and 3rd. Oh, Miles from Wicklow, a bad mistake there. Miles from Wicklow blundered pretty badly, soon recovered. Meanwhile, James Jett's under pressure in behind them. Over the next, that was the 3rd last, with from Post to Pillar 5th, and Know When to Hold'em has dropped away rapidly and is a well-beaten horse as they move on now towards the home turn in our opener. Now, James Jett's floundering a bit, so too from Post to Pillar, so now 3 horses have gone clear in the opener. We've got El Rio with Miles from Wicklow trying to recover after that pretty serious mistake, and Spago just about in touch as well in 3rd. They're 7 lengths clear now from James Jett as they race on towards the 2nd last flight. El Rio jumped that one fast and well. He lands some 5 lengths clear from Miles from Wicklow and Spago, and now they race on down towards the final flight. El Rio and David Bass clear. If he can jump the last, the race his. He's over safely this time and onto the run-in with a 10-length advantage, and it's all really comfortable for him. His name is El Rio, and he dances in the Ascot sunshine today. Wins really well. El Rio by 10 or 12 lengths from Miles from Wicklow in 2nd place, and Spago was 3rd home.
Yes.
Okay, so we got the favourite beat with that Labour. Miles from Wicklow, Gold Gamble, tailed off last. So we're borrowing the money we've made, some of the money we've made yesterday at the minute. Not to worry, you can't always have a good start. Not really showing anything strong enough for all weak signals in this 2 o'clock at Leopardstown, and wait for the final shows and see what changes. Back in a couple of minutes. Right guys, 1 minute before the off, and I haven't got final shows. But there is a Gold Gamble here with, so I'm going to put that in. Gold Gamble with Personal Jewel, and Tender Kiss is quite strong. Tender Kiss is a gold each way gamble as well. See if we can get that in time. We would be able to bet in time. We've missed it. We missed it, so that'll probably be the winner because that's how it works. So I've just missed the time. I can't record that one. So yeah, there's 2 gold gambles here: Tender Kiss and Personal Persian Jewel. Managed to get Persian Jewel in, but if Tender Kiss comes in, big problem. Minus another 1. It's minus around 6 to 1 so far.
Of Pearl, who is a half sister to Bolshoi Ballet, who went off favourite for the 2021 Derby and showed.
So I'm not going to go with these odds here because the market just isn't caught up. 2 o'clock Leopardstown. As you can see, Tender Kiss 8 to 1 over here, but on Betfair's website itself, Tender Kiss is 4 to 1. Persian Jewel's 3 to 1. Over here, 10 to 3. It's just caught up now. Tender Kiss hasn't caught up. So this is a sports book here on Betfair, and I can only assume that these are the exchanges markets reflection. That's going to be late because it's going to go through from Betfair through Racing Post. So I don't know how much delay that is, but as you can see, a different market over here. We've got Curvature at 5 to 1. That's a strong signal over here in the exchanges. But Curvature has just caught up now, so even this market exchanges was before the adjustment of this market. Now this, we can still get a bets on, but I can't get these things into here after the official time off. So, and it's cost me over 1,000 points, so it makes me look like I'm losing when I'm actually winning. So the only one we got in was Persian Jewel in time, so I would like to have got in. I'm not putting the strong ones in so much today, so I would have left out Curvature, but I would have put in Tender Kiss. Late live money on the exchanges. If these indeed are the exchanges, you guys let me know if you know why there's this different market from the same company, Betfair, through Racing Post and through Betfair itself. Let's line up for the 210. But remember that the Irish races are 5 minutes after the UK today, so it's pretty much read one race and read the next straight away, because when I press next race off at Racing Post, it skips the Irish races. It always has done, and they still haven't fixed it for many years. Right, let's listen to the commentary on the Leopardstown race.
Furlong, and over on the far side it's Curvature, who's gone again from the front. Warm Heart second, back in third place now by 4-5 lengths. Bold as Loved and Persian Jewel, but it's Curvature in front and holding Warm Heart and Persian Jewel. Curvature ridden out to Magall, and the flat is back at Leopardstown. Filly's maiden second, Warm Heart close for the third, Persian Jewel, and a running on Hazalea fading to fifth. Was
Persian Jewel just money back. The other strong one, Curvature, saw it all too late to get into recording, and went and won at probably around 5 to 1. Tender Kiss didn't do anything anyway, so that's good that we missed that one. So yeah, mentioned Curvature, strong signal, wins, and just third money back for Persian Jewel, hopefully. 210 at Doncaster then. Think First is out. Persian Jewel did get third, some money back. We keep trying. Right, there's no fix in this 210 at Doncaster. It is soft ground. We'll have to keep that in the back of our minds. Strong selection for Forceful Speed. Strong indicator. Strong Knights over Egypt. weak. There's the door. Strong, forceful speed. So they're making a lot of buck adjustments for Think First, which was only an outsider, so it really shouldn't warrant that many adjustments. Potential reverse gamble there. What are we on? Handicap. Potential gold each way gamble. Nobody told me. And a reverse gamble demolition. Right. I should just do with. Let's check this market. Right, let's go with what we have so far and try and we've got a gold gamble on Cadaver, a reverse gamble on Demolition. Reverse gambles haven't given us a indicator that they are a thing today, that they are switched on. Quite a busy market because I've just got to jump on quickly. Two more that have nearly signalled, very nearly signalled. Just check that one. Nobody told me. Here's also a signal. Let's just take it across them. Any signal from any market, and then we'll work out which is the truer market later on. The other one's just book adjustments, I reckon, because we take the minority of the majority. And Mighty River holds solid. Trainers had 2 near misses and 2 wins recently, so yeah, that's a concern. This Mighty River. I'll put these 3 in so I don't miss them. Easier for me to put them in and then I can delete them quicker than putting them in and going through all this than just before the off. If the market goes and changes, flips. So right, the market's getting active now, 2 minutes away. See what the experts say, and I'll continue doing what I do.
By Charlie Fellows and Kieran Schumacher, they had a good day yesterday. I think Ken may be joining us on the line live from Doncaster as well. Ken, this looks like a trappy handicap, as both Jan and Stuart have mentioned. What's your thoughts?
I like Mighty River. I know he's got to transfer his all-weather form to turf, but he's a smashing-looking type. Big, scopy, looks great in his coat. I mean, his coat, he's got his summer coats come through. Codavar's a nice type. Again, Dark Angel, big horse, looks fit for his first start, so he's done plenty of weight. I think they could have a bit more to offer. Cloudbaker's fit, like Charlie Fellows' other winner here yesterday, and nobody told me. Fit but small, son of a teller, not as big as the ones we mentioned, but he is fit. So those are the ones I liked. I didn't like There's the Door. Hasn't grown much from last year. She's a small daughter of Star Spangled Banner, so she'll be my negative, and Mighty River will be my selection.
Okay, great. That's Ken's thoughts then. So not too many negatives then, really, Ken. Just There's the Door, who probably didn't catch the eye.
Yeah, I said she hasn't really grown, but most of these are in fairly, for a 3-year-old race, most of these have done fairly well from last year, and they do look ready to go today. So it'll be interesting to see how they cope with the conditions. Yeah,
and as Jan said, they're all quite closely matched in the betting and quite closely matched on merit. So it looks like a pretty trappy handicap for the second race at Doncaster.
Yeah, it's possible. It's just who can take a step forward from last year's form to coming into their 3-year-old career, and that could be, that's one thing we don't know until they actually perform. But that could be the telling factor here.
Okay, yeah, and were there any thoughts or reflections from the opening race? Obviously, the amateur jockeys race went the way of the Ian Bailey trained winner.
Yeah, a good performance because he was out in front for a fair bit and stuck it on all the way to the line. So good ride by the jockey, and the horse was brave in the closing stages.
Yeah, and it looked as though they came up this. The winner certainly came up the middle of the track rather than the far side.
I didn't understand what Fernand Brown was doing on the far side. Given what you saw yesterday, you didn't want to be anywhere near the far side rail. So slight jockey error there. But yeah, you have to be centre to middle is the way you want to be today. And before I go, well done, Brains, with the first winner.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ken.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Okay, so last couple are loading then for the second race at Doncaster. The 2:10 Forceful Speed has been well supported before the off and around about 4-1, but it is Kadavar who is still the market leader on 7-2. Last couple are loading, so we can now return to the track and get the live call from Doncaster.
Racing over a mile and 2 furlongs for the Autism in Racing Handicap Stakes, away to a pretty level break, almost 6 in line. Out deep, Forceful Speed, purple jacket with the white corded cap. Demi Lion, the grey horse, up with them. So too Mighty River in the white with the red sash, and on the inside Cloudbreaker in the green and white quarters with the purple sleeves is prominent. Just tucking in behind them is Kadavar, the white jacket with the maroon question mark on the chest, and then behind that one out deep, Nobody Told Me, in pink and brown. Settling towards the back in orange and gold, or gold and black I should say, is Knights Over Egypt, and the back marker is There's the Door in the dark blue and yellow quartered jacket. Through the first 3 furlongs then, and on the turn, up front Demi Lion by about a half length to Forceful Speed racing second. Couple of lengths back the inside is Cloudbreaker, followed through by Mighty River, who's racing a little bit wider. Behind those, There's the Door creeping forward on the inside of Nobody Told Me. Kadavar shuffled back second last, and the back marker continues to be Knights Over Egypt, continuing their left-handed swing back towards home then, and they've gone past the halfway point, and up front it's Demi Lion who shows away by just over a length. Racing in second position is Forceful Speed. Right down the inside, Cloudbreaker is next in the field, followed through by Mighty River. Behind Mighty River on the inside fences, There's the Door. Nobody Told Me is still well back with Kadavar, and no move from Knights Over Egypt. PJ MacDonald still got him about 7 off the leader. They're all crossing to the near side. Inside the final half mile they come. Demi Lion trying to see them off. Forceful Speed to the near side. Cloudbreaker just in behind them with Mighty River trying to pick up There's the Door. Behind those, Nobody Told Me towards the near side fence. Kadavar's getting reminders towards the back. Knights Over Egypt is still well back and will need to pick up. They're back towards the final 2.5. On the wide outside, There's the Door. Near side, Demi Lion with Forceful Speed. Between horses, the stripe cap of Cloudbreaker, and near side, red and white Mighty River. Back to the final furlong and a half they come, and it's There's the Door who's gone on for Pat Cosgrave, opening up by a couple of lengths in short time. Demi Lion is kept going. They're followed by Cloudbreaker. Nobody Told Me trying to finish off with Forceful Speed, but There's the Door is going further clear as they go inside the final half furlong, just being kept up to her work. There's the Door will run away to win for David Evans and Pat Cosgrave. There's the Door goes on to win well to Demi Lion in second. Cloudbreaker next from Nobody Told Me, Forceful Speed and Mighty River.
Yeah, good win from There's the Door in the second race at Doncaster. Returns the 15-2 winner. Back in second was Demi Lion, and bring you the full SPs after Downpatrick when they come through. But There's the Door's the only negative really going into that race, according to Ken, and she's the one that's come out on top.
Yeah, she's bolted up, hasn't she? There, she's travelled nicely more towards the inside of the track under Pat Cosgrave, and the further she's gone, the better she's gone there, hasn't she? And she's obviously appreciated a step up in trip, and a bit of a break has done her the world of good.
Yeah, it has. It appears to have done her the world of good, according to Jan. So that was the winner of the second race at Doncaster. We can now move over to Downpatrick because runners are at the start for 2:15. It's a 2 mile, 5.5 furlong handicap hurdle for 4-year-olds and upwards, and it's Winding River Stewart who is the market leader on 100 to 30.
Yeah, horse has been running really well over fences recently. Last hurdles effort was pretty terrible though back in September. So that's one I'd be quite keen to take on. I think she's well handicapped on that chase form, but it's a big question mark. Slightly surprised to see all the money for number 11 Aliunde. Gone off big prices in all of his starts over hurdles so far. There was a bit more promise last time, particularly as he didn't jump that well. And he's been very well backed, so I think you've got to respect that, going up in trip with a new jockey. The one that I thought might be slightly overpriced and would be my each way suggestion is Speed Gang, whose form figures look a bit more like a Scrabble board, but those falls and pull up.
So yeah, I missed the 5 minutes read straight after that race there, the reverse gamble. It was, so they are about today, especially on this ground, so we've got to catch them. This race reads Gold Each Way Gamble for Winding River, Gold Each Way Gamble for Alundi, Strong for Barleyquin Boy, Gold Each Way Gamble for Aide de Camp. So yeah, I really wish I was on these. This is when it becomes the difference between profit and loss. Winding River and we just had a further market adjustment after the off. Fruit Blossom shows nothing. Kingfisher Lane, strong again, so that's too many strongs, so yeah, 2 gold gambles. Nothing for Wee Jerry or St. Dennis as well. Billable Grant, nothing. Oh, weak reverse gamble. Billable Grant. Strongish reverse gamble for What's Your Status here. So the ones of most interest are What's Your Status. There's too many signals anyway, so but in the gold gambles and reverse gambles, What's Your Status, Winding River, Gold Each Way Gamble, just those two. So basically the outsider and the favourite here signalled. Let's listen to how that one goes then. 9-1 on Demillion, so lost another bet on the last. There's the door that the great expert didn't fancy at all. Goes and wins. Let's listen to this one and prepare for the next.
Hurdle in the final 3 furlongs. But Wee Jerry to Drumderry Harlem and Winding River stride for stride. St. Dennis as well. Ballyquin Bay just about 5th ahead of Kingfisher Lane, Billable Grant, Fruit Blossom, Aliundi, Speed Gang, What's Your Status, and Aide de Camp. So levelling off on the run to the next hurdle. And Wee Jerry, Drumderry Harlem, Winding River in tight. And then comes in 4th place St. Dennis as well. In behind, along the rail, Ballyquin Bay. On the outside, King.
Yeah, Winding River and Alundi are the gold gambles, and the reverse gamble was that outsider. I'm not going to use this market. This market is not happening today. I have to use this sportsbook market. So the Ascot race, I'll just do that. I'll let you listen to the commentary.
Ballyquin Bay, Fruit Blossom, Aliundi, Speed Gang, What's Your Status, and Aide de Camp, although the back marker is only about 12 to 14 lengths off our lead. And our leader continues to be Wee Jerry, once again out to his left, interfering with Winding River and Drumderry Harlem. St. Dennis as well, Ballyquin Bay, Billable Grant, Kingfisher Lane has lost a couple of places, Fruit Blossom, Speed Gang, Aliundi has also dropped it back a couple of lengths, Aide de Camp and What's Your Status. But Wee Jerry, trying to inject a little bit of pace into the race, has the lead to Drumderry Harlem and Winding River. No change of the leading tree. And then comes behind the leading trio is Ballyquin Bay and St. Dennis as well. And then Fruit Blossom in company with Billable Grant and Speed Gang, slowly picking them off one by one. Kingfisher Lane, Aliundi, Aide de Camp. Wee Jerry makes a mistake. And What's Your Status looking on from the rear. Wee Jerry, Winding River and Drumderry Harlem. St. Dennis as well and Ballyquin Bay. Fruit Blossom going the shortest route. Billable Grant, Speed Gang likewise. And then comes Aliundi in company with Kingfisher Lane. and then Aid de Camp and What's Your Status. So as they begin the climb to the highest point of the track, and Wee Jerry about to be challenged by Drumderry Harlem, Winding River, Ballyquin Bay and St. Dennis's Well, Bilbil Grant and Fruit Blossom, Speed Gang and then Aliunde at the next hurdle. And it's Wee Jerry, Drumderry Harlem and Winding River, and then St. Dennis's Well, who nipping up on the inside there, Ballyquin Bay, but onto the heels of Winding River, as Kingfisher Lane has lost a couple of places as they begin the run for home. Inside the final half mile, and Wee Jerry to Drumderry Harlem, St. Dennis's Well 3 wide, Winding River, Ballyquin Bay, Fruit Blossom, Stable Companions, and then comes Billable Grant, Speed Gang, Aliunde, and they're clear of Aid de Camp, What's Your Status and Kingfisher Lane. 2 out, and it's Wee Jerry still with the lead, but on the inside and getting a dream run up the inside is Winding River to Ballyquin Bay in third. St. Dennis's Well under the pump, Speed Gang overtaking it. Drumderry Harlem losing places. Billable Grant onto heels, and Aliunde now has racing room as they swing for home, and it's Winding River, Wee Jerry, Fruit Blossom, Speed Gang being nursed into it, Ballyquin Bay and then Aliunde clear of St. Dennis's Well, staying on Aid de Camp, but at the last Winding River, Speed Gang and Fruit Blossom taking off with the lead. It's Winding River but brushing through the top of it to Speed Gang. Stand side's going to be Fruit Blossom, Wee Jerry coming back for more, then Aliunde from the rear and Ballyquin Bay into the home straight proper, and it's Winding River all out. 2 in second, Fruit Blossom, Wee Jerry, Speed Gang, Aliunde coming late inside the final furlong. Winding River 2 in second, Fruit Blossom, Aliunde inside the final 75. Winding River, Fruit Blossom, Aliunde continue to stay on, but Winding River, Fruit Blossom and Aliunde at the line. Winding River scores second, Fruit Blossom third, Aliunde. Aid de Camp from nowhere, then comes Speed Gang, Ballyquin Bay and Wee Jerry.
Yeah, Winding River returns the
Gamble landed of one of the two. Aliunde was also a gamble. Into second, I think, or third. Reverse gamble, nowhere. Outsider, what's your status?
Okay, so here's the deal, right? They're all strapped up. I want them crisscross in the back. So we throw a strap over, it's orange one, in this case. It's thrown over. And what we do is, I'm going to try and do it with one hand. Loops it around like that, catch it on the end, like that, and then it goes crisscross, like that. Do that like that. There you go, that's the finished product. So we've got the strap on the back end. Want to do, I think we'll be fine. Some people put 2 over. I'm thinking actually, you know what? Yeah, let's put a second one over as well as we said. Okay, so we've thrown another strap over, put it over here. You now walk over the other side, grab it and do the same as what we did before. There it is. So we'll try and do it with one hand again. So grab it, do that. There you go, and tie that up. Now in.
It pays to switch to TalkTalk TV with Now Cinema. Just $9.99 a month. Search TalkTalk TV.
So, find a good place for the book. And this is it. And then we'll start doing that. A little bit of room on this one. And we'll get some bigger stuff. So this is literally changing. So on the right foot. And then I'll do it down. Do that up. Lovely. Tidy up the ends. And now this will be pretty secured. So okay, so as you can see,
Eton Kalina over safely from Valley Gold, William Cody and Upton Road still to the rear end of the field. Next fence is their 9th. Hello. Eton Kalina though. Oh, and hello. It's au revoir, I'm afraid, for hello. He's gone there, unseating rider. Eton Kalina left back in the lead there with now only 3 rivals. Loose horse ahead of them. Eton Kalina from William Cody, who's gone much closer now with Valoran Gold and Upton Road still to the rear end of the field. So 4 runners left as they make their way to the last on this section of the track. And Eton Kalina over safely, renewing a 3-length advantage. The loose horse still pestering him though. In behind we've got William Cody, who's been patiently ridden. Valoran Gold went up early for a share of the lead, but is now back in 3rd place. And Upton Road has been watching on from the back throughout and will presumably try and pounce late, but he's being nudged along now in rear, last of the 4 remaining runners. On they go then. 6 more fences left to take. Eton Kalina as William Cody makes a mistake. Valoran Gold to the outside and Upton Road next to the 5th last, with the loose horse still ahead of him. Eton Kalina continues to jump out to the left, but is still the leader and the clear leader as well as they come down towards the next fence. Eton Kalina over safely by 5 lengths to William Cody. Upton Road making some progress. Valoran Gold is now the back marker as Eton Kalina comes to take the next fence and over that one safely. This habit of jumping out to the left has been disconcerting, but he's still galloping strongly with a clear lead over William Cody in 2nd place. Upton Road has not produced much by way of a flourish, and the back marker is Valoran Gold. So to the 2nd last. Eton Kalina at the 2nd last, over safely. William Cody's down when in 2nd place. He was trying to close at the time. That's left Upton Road 25 lengths back in 2nd. So in a race full of drama, Eton Kalina comes down towards the last now and sails over. Perhaps his best jump. And he's onto the run-in whilst Upton Road and Valoran Gold come over the final fence together. They'll scrap out 2nd place, 20 lengths away. But this is Eton Kalina and Richard Patrick for Kerry Lee Stable, who wins ease down. Upton Road 2nd and Valoran Gold 3rd home.
Yeah, Eton Cleaner returns the 2-1 winner of the 225 at Ascot, but it was a race not without drama, Jan, because I think we've only had 3 finishes of the 6 runners.
Yeah, he who jumps best wins, and Eton Collina, like to mention in commentary, his best jump was his last jump, but yeah, there were a few. Gamma Ray just didn't get the landing gear down early. Hello just made a bit of mistake, and Kieran Gethins without the side door, and yeah, it was trappy race, but another winner for Kerry Lee. Richard Patrick, he's jumped left quite a bit of the way, but he's jumped well at the last, and end of the day he's jumped them all and stood up, which is what counts at the end of the day.
Yeah, definitely jumping is the name of the game, and this is the horse that's come out on top. The favourite, Eton Cleaner for the Kerry Lee yard. Richard Patrick was in the saddle, so that was the fallout from the 225 at Ascot. We can now turn our attentions to the next race here on William Hill Racing Radio, which is from Leopardstown, 2:35. Runners are heading on down to the post, and it's a 7 furlong Group 3 contest. It's a 2,000 guineas trial for the 3-year-olds, and it's Hans Andersen, who is the 8-13 market leader. Bold Discovery next in on 5-2. Karasihi is the 4-1 third in. II is 66-1 big price, and the outsider of the field is Empty Metaphor. So a good race here, Jan, and it's the Aidan O'Brien runner Hans Andersen who is the market leader. Yeah,
it's an interesting race, isn't it? This, obviously, Hans Andersen towards the top of the market there. He looked very good when he won his second start at the Curragh, beating Al Riffa, who he then chased, who went on to win the National Stakes when this horse was 5th. That was on soft ground. This is heavy ground, his first run of the season. Would I want to be playing him at 8-13? Personally not, but I can see why he's at the top of the market very obviously. The horse I really like is Bold Discovery, the second favourite, Jesse Harrington's with Shane Foley. Obviously they teamed up to win the first race. I thought he made a really nice debut at Naas, beating Peking Opera of Aidan O'Brien's, who went on to win his maiden after that. I thought he ran a nice race on his second start when he was behind Cairo and Sierra Blanca in the Killer Vullen Stakes at Leopardstown. And obviously this is going to be showing which way they go with him. He handled soft ground on that last start. Now this is heavy ground, it's a different kettle of fish, isn't it? He's probably not bred to want real deep ground by Bolt Doro out of an arch mare, but he performed pretty well on soft ground at the end of last year. He's going to be the selection. I just think it's an interesting race, and Aidan's other horse, Karachi, he's a really interesting horse as well. He stepped up on a nice debut to win on the all-weather, but I'm just going to side with Bold Discovery, just hoping he's a little bit straighter than the 2 Coolmore horses.
Okay, that's Bold Discovery then, who is second in on 9-4. We were speaking a little bit off air, and obviously you mentioned there that the Harrington team have won the first race at Leopardstown, and often their horses are quite ready for this start of the season. Yeah, they had a nice winner last Sunday at, was it Naas last Sunday? Spraywell, I think the horse was called off a bit of a break. Obviously the horse in the first race had a run on the all-weather, so it was straight, but I imagine they've got this horse pretty straight for what is his trial. A lot of Aidan O'Brien's horses, it doesn't shock you if they get beaten trials and go run big races on the actual big days, and I'm just hoping maybe Bold Discovery's got a little bit of an advantage here today over the 2 Coolmore horses. Okay, be interesting to see how they get on, and they are circling behind the stalls for this 2:35 at Leopardstown. Can bring in Stuart as well, actually, because you're covering Leopardstown as well, Stuart, and this is a good race coming up here, and there's looking like some nice individuals in this contest.
Yeah, I'm sort of in agreement with Jan in that it's very tricky to be confident about anything. I think the prices are probably about right. For all that Aidan O'Brien hasn't got a bad record in this race, he hasn't won it since 2019. It's not a race he necessarily targets with one of his better prospects. Hans Andersen has got the form in the book, but I'm slightly concerned that he might prefer slightly less testing ground. And the other 2, Karachi and Bold Discovery, are both less exposed, and I can see them making the favourite work quite hard. I'd be tempted at the prices to play Karachi each way and hope that he beats one of them. Okay, that's Stuart's thoughts then. Karachi, who is third in on 9-2, so good price
you want to side with that Aidan O'Brien runner, but it is Hans Andersen who is the market leader on 8-13. Bold Discovery for Jan next in on 9-4, and Stuart siding with Karachi. So last couple are loading for the Guineas trial at Leopardstown 2:35. Let's go and get the call now.
Red Rocks 2000 Guineas, 5 runners over 7 furlongs, and it's the big outsider Empty Metaphor and Karachi showing in front of the favourite Hans Andersen. As they see out the first furlong, close up on the inside is II with a couple of lengths to Bold Discovery in rear of the 5. Continuing towards the end of the back straight, and it's Karachi nudging to the front under Shamey Heffernan to lead Empty Metaphor and Billy Lee. Then II and Ben Cohen disputing third with Hans Andersen and Ryan Moore with the back mark of Bold Discovery and Shane Foley. A little over 4 furlongs to go. The leader is Karachi by a length to Empty Metaphor, and third half a length back II. In fourth place is Hans Andersen with a couple of lengths to Bold Discovery, who brings up the rear. Very few changes as they pass the halfway stage and the Ballylynch Stud Red Rocks 2000 Guineas Trial Group 3 Stakes. Karachi in front, followed by Empty Metaphor II, tracked across to the straight by Hans Andersen. Fifth of the 5 is Bold Discovery as they swing the final turn for home. 2.5 furlongs to go. Karachi coming under pressure in front. On the outside, rejoining Issues, Empty Metaphor is running a big race. Then Hans Andersen, II and Bold Discovery. Racing to the final furlong, it's Karachi, strongly pressed by stable companion Hans Andersen, who's quickening up on the outside. Bold Discovery runs on the outer of Empty Metaphor, and then comes II, but it's Hans Andersen, a couple of lengths clear of Bold Discovery, staying on at a second, folding to third Karachi, but Hans Andersen resumes winning ways on return in the Ballylynch 2000 trial for Ryan Moore, Aidan O'Brien. Second Bold Discovery, Karachi third.
Yeah, they've returned in market order there. Hans Andersen returns the winner of the 2000 Guineas trial, returns around about the 8-13 market leader. What did you make of that performance, Jan?
I thought it was a very good performance, wasn't it? They've not gone stupid quick in front. But once Ryan's asked him just to move off horses and go and quicken up and win his race, I think he's done it pretty readily in the end, hasn't he? He's made that race winning move. Bold Discovery just run a nice race in second without thinking he was ever going to beat Hans Andersen. But I think they'll be delighted with the start he's made there. Obviously, with all their horses, he'll improve for that run. But he's certainly shown he's trained on, and he looks a very smart prospect for them.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? And Hans Andersen returns the 8-13 winner of the 2000 Guineas trial. Stuart, what do you make of the performance? They finished in market order there, but Hans Andersen was just that bit too good.
He showed a good turn of foot when Ryan Moore asked him to quicken, and then he showed plenty to hold off Bold Discovery. I think you can't be overly positive about the strength of the form with the two outsiders as close as they were, but equally you can't be anything but impressed by the style at which he did it. Whether he's going to be good enough to challenge some of Coolmore's other Guineas types like Auguste Rodin and little Brown Bear, not quite so sure, but very impressive start, and he should give Connection some fun this summer.
Yeah, let's hope so, because he's won on his first start this season. We saw him last running in the Group 1 Vincent O'Brien Stakes last season. So that's Hans Andersen then, returns the 8-13 winner of the 2000 Guineas trial at Leopardstown. Back in second was Bold Discovery on 9-4. We can now head back over to Doncaster. Runners are in the paddock for the 2:45. It's a 7 furlong novice stakes, and there are 13 runners going to post for this Class 5 novice stakes for 3-year-olds. Overall is the market leader on 7-4. Next in is Striking Star on 9-4. Theory of Everything is on 130. Bill Silvers 15-2. Mr. Squire 12-1. It's bigger prices for the remainder. So runners are heading down to the start, Jan, and the Carl Burke runner overall is the market leader here.
Yeah, he's run pretty well in those 2 races, hasn't he? He stepped up on his debut to run out a good winner at Redcar on heavy ground on his last start last year. His run before that here at Doncaster over 7 furlongs of soft ground was a decent run. Now he's a penalty to shoulder here, but he certainly looks an exciting prospect going forwards. Obviously Danny Tudhope would have had the choice to ride this horse or Bill Silvers of Harry Eustace's, as they're owned by his retainer. He's chosen to stick with this horse even though he's got a penalty now. Carl Burke had a couple of horses disappoint yesterday that were pretty well fancied. He's not had a winner for a few weeks, but it wouldn't put you off massively. He's short enough in the market for me. There's some interesting newcomers in this race, and there's a couple of horses with potential as well. I can see why he's strong at the top of the market. Striking Star, similar. Now, they blamed his defeat in the Horace Hill on heavy ground. Obviously, he's got heavy ground to contend with here, hasn't he? Sticky ground, but he did win on soft at a Sandown. He's been gelded since that run. He's pretty interesting, but the one I like, he's on debut. His Theory of Everything, John Gosden's horse. He's a colt by Frankel who cost 325,000. The Damn Persuasive was a real high class mare, wasn't she? She won on. She really liked soft ground. She won a final start beating Ribchester in the Queen Elizabeth II at Ascot. I just think if he's plenty of ability, I think he's a really, really interesting newcomer, and the market's been pretty strong for him. Obviously, John Thady Gosden know the time of day with these type of horses, don't they? And I just thought he's really interested in this race, getting weight off the two at the top of the market. So yeah, it's Theory of Everything for me, but it's another really interesting race to watch this for me.
Yeah, it is. So it'll be interesting to see how it unfolds. And Theory of Everything is the selection for Jan then here in the William Hill Racing Radio studio. Stuart, what's your thoughts ahead of this 2:45 at Doncaster?
I was quite keen on Overall, the favourite. I was very taken by that win at Redcar in November. He went off in front. He never really looked in any danger, and he came home 2 lengths clear of the runner-up was unraced, but some of the other horses down the field had shown ability before. I just think the proven ability to handle the ground is going to be key here. Theory of Everything does have significant potential on paper, but first run of his career on this sort of surface could be a bit of an issue. I see he's got a red hood as well, so don't know what Ken thought about his demeanour in the paddock, but yeah, I think Overall just sets a very high standard and will be hard to catch. Okay,
that's Overall then. The selection for Stuart, and Jan is keen on Theory of Everything for this 2:45 at Doncaster. Bring in Ken now, who I think is live at the track at Doncaster. Looks like quite a good novice stakes, this, Ken.
The eyes are deceiving.
Right, guys, being a novice, we did have a win bet for Overall. Bill Silvers, I've got a gold each way gamble bet on the Exchanges side. The Sportsbook keeps it at 16-1. On the Sportsbook side, Smile and Pay might sneak in here at a big price, 40-1. The Exchanges side doesn't want it, so again, I'm having to fly between 2 markets today. No interest in the favourite or second favourite now. Mr. Squires holds solid at 12-1. Greenwich has kept weak signal. Smile and Pay might just, because of the change of ground. No, I'll stick with Bill Slivers, sorry. Bill Slivers, each way only.
For Everything, who Jan's given a good talking about, did wear the red hood down to the start.
Yeah, small. He's medium sized, but he's very narrow and there's not a lot of strength to him. He's quite weak, and the first fall was very small for in terms of scope. So yeah, I'm not saying he hasn't got ability, but he hasn't got much strength to him.
Okay, have you guys got any thoughts or questions for Ken? No. What about okay, so the horse I can see it on the TV that looks quite good to me is the Striking Star from the Charlie Appleby team. Ken,
late signal for Greenwich.
That defeat last time out. That's got a hood on as
I've got a late gold gamble for Greenwich, but as you can see, I can't put that into here. We would have got on. It will reject the bet because it's hit 2:45, the race off time. Nice big price if that comes in. So I've only got Bill Silvers in on this one. I'd love to have got Greenwich in. Goal each way gamble. See how this pans out then.
Anything off the bridle, that was it. They were completely finished. I mean, the ground is horrible according to the jockeys. It is testing and it's really clawing ground. So I presume you just got to hold your horse together as long as possible, says Ken the jockey. But yeah, I think you just got to see whatever handles it and can just hold on for long, because it's just horrible ground out there.
Okay, thanks, Ken. That's Ken's thoughts then. Enjoy the race, Ken. Thanks.
Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
That's Ken's thoughts then ahead of this.
I can see why.
2:45 at Doncaster, and they are beginning to load. Well, they have started loading. The last couple are coming forward, so it won't be long before before they come under started orders for this 2:45. And it's Striking Star, who is the 15-8 favourite. Has been well supported before the off. Overall is next in on 5-2, and Theory for Everything on 100-30. Bill Silvers is next in on 5-1. That's the horse that Ken Peterson was pretty keen on ahead of this race. So be interesting to see how this novice stakes unfolds. They're going over 7 furlongs, and the last couple are walking forwards. Best of luck if you are having a bet with us here at William Hill. 13 runners will be coming under started orders very, very shortly. Last couple are loading, so we can go back to the track now and get the call live from Doncaster.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. Majority gone in. We're just waiting for Tease George to come forward. Still 14. Tease George walking forward, walks straight in. That's it. They're all in. We're set to go. Just held momentarily, that's it, they're off. They're racing for the maiden Doncaster St Ledger Novices Stakes. Away well, Mr. Squires, the striped jacket, yellow and black, also beginning well, Overrule in the silver colours, and tucked in behind them is Smile and Pay in the blue and white stripes with a white cap. Behind those, Greenwich in the pale colours, followed through by Bill Silvers, silver jacket, white cap, racing back in 5th position. That one's sitting towards the near side of Striking Star. Centre pack is Tease George, followed through by Major. Well back in the field at this stage, Theory of Everything races towards the back of the field. Also well back is Half a Diamond with the White Elephant. Majority is well back in the field as well, and so too is Cantaloupa Bella as they continue their journey down the home straight then towards the near side. Overrule in front as they come back towards the final half mile. Overrule by 3 parts of a length to Mr. Squires racing second. Smile and Pay right in the pocket behind the front two. Striking Star with the royal blue jacket makes ground. So too does Bill Silvers. Out wide of runners, Greenwich is kept going from Half a Diamond. Tease George is next in the field, then Major. Overrule trying to set sail here. They go inside the final 2 furlongs. Overrule, Striking Star looks for room, goes between horses. Mr. Squires is right there, but right down the centre. Theory of Everything has bounded to the front. Theory of Everything sluicing in front here inside the furlong for Rab Havlin. Opens up by 3-4 in short time to Striking Star racing second, but this is over. Theory of Everything is scorching up towards the line and will go on to win on debut for John Gosden and Rab Havlin. Theory of Everything nicely back in second. Striking Star, Smile and Pay next, followed through by Bill Silvers.
Yeah, nice performance there for Theory of Everything, who returns the winner of the 2:45 at Doncaster, returns around about 100-30 in the betting. Second was Striking Star, and the third place horse was Smile and Pay, but that was an easy enough performance for that horse on debut.
Yeah, it was a really nice performance, wasn't it? Obviously, the whole of the field wanted to come towards his standside rail, didn't they? Whereas Rab Havlin was in the pack, and he's made his effort more up the middle of the track. But I thought the horse travelled really nicely into the race, and when Rab's just asked him to go and quicken and win his race, I think he's won the race pretty quickly, and he's run out a ready winner in the end. I'd say he's quite a nice horse going forward, isn't he? Obviously handles these conditions. The dam was high class and light soft ground. He's by Frankel. There's a lot of pluses for him, isn't there? And they might not have beaten much in behind, but it's the way he's beaten them, and I'd say he's quite a nice horse going forward.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it, Stuart? What did you make of the winner there? Because he was a comprehensive winner in the end, Theory of Everything.
Certainly was. If he's not very talented, then he's going to struggle, because the handicap is not going to be very kind to him, I don't think. I take what Ken said before the race, though, quite seriously, because the favourite went off in front and found nothing off the bridle. And as soon as they let him go, he just fell in a heap. So there is obvious question marks about the depth of the form. The winner looked very impressive, very encouraging start to his career, but I'd like to see him do it again before I get carried away.
Okay, yeah, definitely, because he's won that easy enough on debut, but perhaps the other horses in behind him haven't run to their merits. Overall, was a bit disappointing, but nevertheless, be interesting to see where Theory of Everything goes next. He returns the 130 winner of the 245 at Doncaster. Back in second was Striking Star on 15 to 8, and Smile and Pay, big price, third at 100 to 1. Yeah, and we were, as we were watching that race, you were saying wouldn't be surprised if a 100 to 1 shot gets close.
Yeah, it's one of those days, isn't it? And he's obviously, he's massive experience compared to a few of these now. He's only rated 53, but he's handled the conditions, and a few of them have folded up pretty quickly in that sort of ground. Yeah, it's one of those days where I think you're going to get horses at big prices running pretty well, and you certainly wouldn't get carried away by it, and you'd hope the handicapper doesn't move a horse like that from a mark of 53, because it wouldn't be fair. Until we see this form tested, we're sort of guessing with it.
Okay, and they are off and racing at Downpatrick, so let's go to Downpatrick now and get the call for the 250.
And missing to see what kind of building this actually is.
So Smile and Pay did get into there, and unfortunately I didn't put it in, and came in at a massive big profit, 100 to 1/3. Damn it! I was putting it in as well, and I deleted the bloody thing. Do you know? And I bet my horse came fourth there.
That is obviously exactly the same building. What you can also see is that the logo sign of the Burger King has changed meanwhile. We can see the tree on the sidewalk that hasn't been here 37 years ago. And there's also a palm tree in front of the Burger King restaurant that also hasn't been here in the past. The camera pans to the right. Here you can see there is a huge building on the right that also has been here 37 years ago. Even though in the past this obviously was a printing company, at least there was a sign with the name printing on it. I don't know. Meanwhile, it's home of the F22 studios. You can also see on the left side of the picture there are a few different sides of shops. Here, for example, Toys R Us. Obviously, it's not here anymore. The funny thing is, also the German supermarket chain Aldi has a store in the street. I, to be honest, didn't know that Aldi, company from my
Yeah, that's the first big mistake. Big mistake. Big each way profit there for Smile and Pay. That's because of the markets not agreeing with each other today. Very disappointing.
Before we move on to the next shooting location, I think I have to disappoint you first. Yeah, that's nice. I'm pretty sure you also clicked on this video to see the fictional village that you can see in the computer a number of times. The problem is, it's not only the village that's fictional, it's also the shooting location that's fictional. Is that not sentence? I don't know. It's not a real place. Hill Valley is actually a studio set in Universal Studios, and it's still there. You can still visit it. If you do a guided tour in Universal Studios, you can still visit the set from the computer. But well, I decided not to visit this studio set today. I decided only to visit because of political reasons visit in public. And the next place on the list is really as important as Hill Valley. It's of course the living. Martin McFly and his family should be in the streets over here in the start of
So, 100 to 1. Unbelievable. There's only two horses. Did I put that other signal in instead? The other late gamble? Yeah, so Smile and Pay on one market was a gold each way gamble, on the other market it wasn't a signal. Incredible.
red brownish. Me as a European could say it looked a bit like
This horse would be strong each way for I Don't Get It.
it's not like that anymore. What is here are those two huge profiles right behind this famous house, and also the tree on the right side is still here, even though it's much bigger than 37 years later. The structure of the house is basically the same as you can see here. There are only a few new windows and doors if you take a closer look. The only thing that really has changed here is the nature, because right now in California it's so hot and dry. It obviously wasn't like that in the movie. You can see a lot of green around the house. It's much greener, meanwhile there is basically no grass because it's so hot and dry. This is the speech we all know from the movie. Marty is coming with his skateboard. From here, you can see almost nothing has changed. There is still this house on the left side. There are still those trees on the left and on the right side of the road. Meanwhile, they are much bigger than they used to be 37 years ago. There are still those parking spaces where people park their cars on the left and on the right of the street. Meanwhile, the cars are much more modern. Everything else looks the same. This is a scene filmed in daylight at the end of the movie when Doc Brown comes to visit Marty. Here, also here we can see not that much has changed. In this scene, it gets a bit tricky because there is this huge tow truck right in front of Marty's house because they've damaged the car, as you might remember. And in reality, you can see here on the right side there are a lot of trees and bushes and stuff like that, so that you don't really see this house anymore. As you can see in the movie scene, there's also the wall and the gate and the fence and stuff like that. Yeah, it looks totally different than it used to 37 years ago. Marty is hanging Kuro in the garage door. Unfortunately, we can't film the scene in the movie because, of course, this is private property. We can't go into the garage. But anyway, this is the house we can see in the movie in the background, and also here we can see in the past it used to be yellowish. Meanwhile, it's more gray and white. Here's the Chaos Squad. Much differently. This scene has been filmed over here, and here, once again, you can see it's much more dry. Meanwhile, there's basically no grass right beside the sidewalk. The scene is quite funny because right behind Doc Brown, there's a blue building, obviously a garage, and this blue building is still here. Look at this, it's even more blue than the past. But obviously this garage
I Don't Get It wins over at Downpatrick. Strong each way. Nearly a gold gamble. Comes in at 6-1.
This phase, the DeLorean goes back to the future.
2 minutes to go for Ascot. I'm getting just dragged behind with work. Oh, Greenwich didn't go in. Ascot. Rushing here again. 1 minute to go.
This time it's Doc Brown's house, which, to be honest, looks quite funny in Back to the Future. And when it's still like that 37 years later in reality, when actually this house is not funny. It's an architectural masterpiece. It was built in the year 1908 as a living house for David B. Gamble, who was the son of James Gamble, who is the founder of Procter & Gamble, a huge U.S. company. So that's why this house is also called the Gamble House. Meanwhile, there are no rich Jews living here anymore. Meanwhile, this house is a historical landmark. You can visit it for guided tours or architecture. Yeah, in this scene you can see obviously not that much has changed within the past 37 years. The house still looks quite the same.
Missed one here. Strong each way for Punta de Est. I've only got 2 in. Phils de Roy and Grappa Nannino.
What you can see here is there's an orange tree, apple tree, or something like that on the right, but obviously isn't here.
So that obviously won't go in. It's after time. Punta de Lisle. Phils de Roy, Grappa Nannino. Phil de Roy is Only strong with Punta de Est.
This video, when we were standing right beside the Burger King, and we didn't find
And Grappananino is a reverse gamble.
here it is.
Really needed Smile and Pain. Getting distracted again. People are just after telling them and arguing and telling them time and time again, do not interfere with my work. The same people do not respect what you say, text you and distract you while you're working, because everyone's selfish, everyone's out to get for themselves, nobody respects anyone. People
Here's Marty standing at the entrance of Dr. Brown's property, and you can see this entrance to the area.
peeved off at the minute with Smile and Pay not getting inputted there. I had plenty of time. I just went against it because both markets didn't match up. Something's not right with these markets today. And it's not quite fair when I rely on the markets totally. I've done no previous research. The only thing, this method is market based.
Still looks exactly the same like it did 27 years ago. So, we're back in the next very quiet Los Angeles neighborhood. This is the street where we should find Lorraine's house and maybe also the tree where her future husband and Martin's father had sitting to spy through the window. Yeah, let's try to find it. Yeah, this is Lorraine's house, as we know it from the movie, and this is how it looks like today in reality. Exposure, what you can see is the color of the house is different, meaning it's gray, greenish. In the past it used to be white-gray. What you also can see is that the tree on the right side, right in front of Lorraine's window, is still here. And what we also can see is that the residents of this house obviously have soft spots for flowers or flower pots, because there are a lot of them standing right in front of the door. And what we can also see is that obviously the room behind Lorraine's window isn't used anymore as a living room or as a bedroom or something like that. Because there's a lot of stuff standing right behind this window, just for sanity reasons, and obviously the people living here don't give a shit. But this is a famous movie scene from Back to the Future, which is also a statement. On the other side of the road, you will find a huge tree, and this might be the tree where George McFly was lying on to spy through the window. I'm not 100% sure, but maybe this left branch you can see here in reality might be the branch George McFly was lying on. In the movie, it looks a bit different. It looks a bit like this branch is like lying across the road or something. It's definitely not about reality. But yeah, maybe it's because of the camera position. I have the feeling that this left branch you can see here in reality. This might be the branch of George McFly was down. So we can see George McFly falling from the tree. That is confirmed in this street. Here you can see street.
Oh, whatever, what now?
27 years ago, even though the cars had been left on the right of the road, of course, are a bit more modern than in 1955. Here's Marty McFly coming to rescue his dad, and yeah, this scene was a bit tricky, but then I finally found this house Marty is standing right in front of. It's this house over here, and why is that? Because this house has a kind of archway on the right side.
Lost the radio, folks. Lost the radio.
It's not anymore. There are also also some bushes at the front of the veranda of the house. They are also
3 o'clock at Ascot.
and the house also has
As a 50-1 winner. No surprise with this ground. Let's just check if I had missed it. Yeah, so that was a reverse gamble signal. Reverse gamble signal there. Another 50-1 winner. Missed. Currently distracted, getting things. So a lot of profit there by missing those.
a huge tree on the back side of the picture that used to be here about 7 years ago. And it's still here and it's even more beautiful. Even though the area around it in the past was definitely much greener than it is today. This is one of the first
I'm not sure if I got any.
the sea largely is coming off the bushes and then the rest of the tree is dead is flying on. This scene is confirmed from here. So this house still exists and so the color is changed. And this is the last scene I'm going to show you from this place. And I'm not 100% sure where this scene has been filmed because you can see a huge patch on the right side, and in reality it looks like this. But I think this could be the place that filmed this scene. You can also see a hedge on the right side, but it's much smaller than the movie. But I think this could be the scene because you can see a lot of trees in the background, and those branches of the trees they hang over the pedestrian sidewalk. So you can also see that in the movies. So yeah, maybe this could be the place that he filmed this scene. The next chicken location is a chicken one. As you can see, obviously it's the parking space where Marty does his very first time travel. It was not that hard to find the parking space itself, but it's quite hard to find the exact location where all those scenes have been filmed. And I'm still not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure it was this side, the south side of this huge mall you can see here, and also in the movie. Yeah, you can see we are standing but yeah, I think we're absolutely right here. This is the famous one from the movie Back to the Future, which in reality is not the true anymore. In reality, it's the pointer unity. And I was a bit confused first because if you take a look at the huge building on the right, you can see meanwhile it has a different color. Obviously, it's orange and as it used to be red purple-ish. But it looks also quite tiny in blue. You see that? And I think this is not because we're standing at the wrong parking space or something like that. This is exactly the case. I think this is because they used some kind of a wide angle lens for the mirror. If you take a look at the background, it looks a bit round, and that's an effect you can get from such a wide angle lens. And that might also be the reason why this
Thought was most interesting of those was number 6, Madly Truly. Unlucky in running when she finished second of 5 on her debut, and then did enough to win at Naas in August. I mean, didn't improve a huge amount to win that day, and it wasn't a particularly strong race. But Joseph O'Brien's been very complimentary about her. She cost 410,000 guineas, and she's still in the Irish 1,000 guineas. So I think that's the one I'm most interested in keeping my eye on for the future. I just think Never Ending Story is going to be a bit too hard to beat today.
Okay, that's Never Ending Story then. The thoughts from Stuart. That'll be your overall selection, will it, Stuart?
Yeah, the favourite, Never Ending Story.
Okay, great. And she's on around about 2-1, so not too bad a price if you want to side with the favourite. Jan, what's your thoughts ahead of this 3:10 at Leopardstown?
Yeah, it's a really good race, isn't it? There's, like Stuart touched on there, there's more depth in this race than there was in the Colts trial before.
Never Ending Story is a fix. I haven't looked through the end of the market. I've been busy. On to the next.
It was founded in 1902 by James Cash Company. That's why it's called Jason Company. Unfortunately, during COVID in 2020, this supermarket chain had to fly for bankruptcy, and they had to close both branches. It also came right next to the
Back on it now. Let's hope we can pick something decent up. Oh no.
Here's the one standing right in front of the Josephine building. Here, viewing this, there's still this.
Right, let's look through the rest of this market.
So has been here 37 years ago in New and the trees right in front of the building are much higher than those in the past. Here's Matthew and Doc Brown standing in front of those buildings. Here, once again, you can see the entrance of the Drew Lansmore.
Dunkirk is quite strong. So is Zarinsk. Not Zarinsk.
There is no sign of something like that in front of the doors. But also here, you can see there are a lot of palm trees around those buildings. Obviously, 37
The Dolce Vita is a reverse gamble here. Might sneak a place at big 40 to 1. Yeah, so the fix is Never Ending Story. Strong each way for Clever and Cool. Potential reverse gamble La Dolce Vita.
Okay, yeah, that's Stuart's thoughts then on Matilda Picotte, but it is Never Ending Story who is the favourite before the off, and let's go and get the call now live from Leopardstown.
Cool, also Nightcliff and Impact
Oh
Warrior.
my God.
This is the Ballylynch Stud Proudly Bell 1000 Guineas trial. And it's Matilda Picotte who heads them off the end of the first furlong, followed by Zarinsk. In third place is La Dolce Vita, then Dame Kitty and Darhouse, and Madly Truly and Never Ending Story. With the final three continuing down the far side, Impact Warrior, Nightcliff and Clever and Cool. The leader is Matilda Picotte by length to Zarinsk, disputing second place with Dame Kitty. Break of less than 2 lengths to Darhouse, disputing the fourth with La Dolce Vita, tracked by Never Ending Story in the dark blue jacket. 2 lengths then to Madly Truly, who's in between Impact Warrior and Clever and Cool with Nightcliff the back marker. Coming up to the halfway stage, and Zarinsk pokes up in between horses to just lead. Matilda Picotte, the yellow cap on the inside of Dame Kitty, followed for home by Darhouse, and followed by La Dolce Vita, tracked in by Never Ending Story with the final 4. Impact Warrior, Clever and Cool, Madly Truly's lost ground with the back marker continuing to be Nightcliff. They straighten up at the 2, and it's Zarinsk in the middle of the track. Keeping to the running rail is Matilda Picotte, being followed by Dame Kitty. Never Ending Story makes headway in the centre, followed by Darhouse. They race to the final furlong. In the lead is Matilda Picotte from Never Ending Story on the outside. They're followed by Zarinsk, and Dame Kitty is next, and Matilda Picotte is cut back by Never Ending Story, and it's Never Ending Story who's set to win a second Group 3 over course and distance and seasonal debut. Second will go to Matilda Picotte with a wave of them involved for the third place. It's Quick Guineas Trials double.
See what we get on the third there. I'm just trying to read this market. Just going to start reading it now. It's massive. Right, okay. Quite a few strong signals towards the head of the market. The first 4, in fact. I'm looking for the diamond in the rough. If I can expand this a little bit, so I can. There we go. Potential reverse gamble there in a handicap. Mark's choice. I better put it in, but the one I put in will miss, and the one that I didn't get in time went and won. Yeah, definite reverse gamble marker on Blue King Daru. 50-1 winner there. Never ending story, the first fix to win. It's going to get easier from now. Of course I didn't get that in time, so that's another one down. Just incredible. Let's put him in. Drew Mason as well. Reverse gambles are switched on today. Approaching a gold gamble. Two approaching gold gamble there, so I'll get them in. Two gold gambles, two reverse gambles. It's whichever way the market lies when it comes to these. There's no fix in this race. Strong for Bernard O'Reilly. Weak for chairman of the board. Nearly a gold gamble for Aldiza. Money everywhere. Market's got to settle. 2 minutes off. I'd have to be very, very fast to see. Now the market's got the last shows, I think. See, we used to have 5 minutes for the last shows. And they've done this on purpose. They've done this all because of me. On good authority. It's no surprise. They've been on to me for a while. So who was the Bernard O'Reilly? Trainer's in no form. Still two reverse gambles. Go for it. Next strongest in there is Bernard O'Reilly. Let's not go for the strong. Let's not be tempted today. Just the gambles and reverse gambles. Can't believe I've missed 100-1 place reverse gamble and a 50-1 in the race. 2 races on. Smile and pay. As you know, we were definitely looking at that. And this one I missed. Not following the market to the end. That signalled a reverse gamble, Blue King Daru. So I'll leave this at this. The only one I'm worried about is Bernard O'Reilly against these. Now, right, that is the final market. You see the switch there? You see the switch? If you rewind it just a few seconds, you've seen the market flip. Now I've got to read it all again. Well, I can't because it's now, so we'd still be able to get a bet on. Let's listen to the race.
Has been quite well supported before the off. He's now the 4-1 market leader. Chairman of the board has also been well supported, 13-2. What about Gisborne, Ken? Have you seen that horse in the paddock? Because he's next in the betting on 13-2.
Yeah, he always looks well, Lucy, but it's just been disappointing horse. He was a really good 2-year-old, but for me, he's just been disappointing. So even though he looks well, I discounted him, if I'm being honest.
Okay, that's the Richard Hannon runner then, Gisborne, who's third in the market for this contest on 13-2 for this 320 at Doncaster, going over 6 furlongs. What did you make of the previous race, Ken? Because Theory of Everything was a comprehensive winner for the John and Thady Gosden yard.
He sure was. I mean, I clearly got him wrong in terms of he won well, put daylight between them. What I have found out is that the connections feel like he'll be at his best with giving the ground. They're not sure he'll like a quicker surface, so he'll obviously be going places where there's a bit of cut in the ground. But you couldn't be but taken by the performance. But I just wonder what he's actually beaten, Lucy. I don't think it was a very good, strong race.
Yeah, you were sort of quite strong on that, weren't you? That it didn't look too good a novice race.
No,
it was only class 5, I suppose. But
yeah, but last year, I mean, the winner went on to run at Royal Ascot and should have won at Royal Ascot, Maljube of William Haggis, and there were some decent horses behind it. So I thought last year's race overall was a stronger contest.
Okay, that's Ken's thoughts then. Thanks, Ken. It'll be interesting to see how this next race unfolds.
No problem. Thanks, everyone. Goodbye.
Thanks, Ken. So runners are loading then for this next contest at Doncaster. There's only a couple more to load actually, and there are 19 runners, so it's a competitive 6 furlong sprint, class 3, and Ali's Dancer is the market leader on 9-2. Chairman of the board next in on 13-2. Let's see how they get on.
They're off over 6 furlongs for the mental health awareness handicap. Hyper Focus came out like a bullet to the near side. Abel Kane out well. So too with the white face. Swayze's up with the pace with Faro de San Juan on the far side. Blind Beggar is away well with Ali's Dancer. Abel Kane tucks in behind them with Magical Spirit and True Gem, and centre pack is True Mason. Chairman of the board has settled towards the rear of the field. Also well back in the field is Dream Composer and other investments well back, and so too is Mark's Choice. Through the first 2.5 furlongs at pace. On the right hand side, Blind Beggar, the blue and yellow with the noseband, the white face of Swayze. Hyper Focus under the near side rail, True Gem in the black and white. Ali's Dancer poised behind them in the red and white colours there, followed by Gisborne in the purple. Trying to make down Faro de San Juan in black and yellow is next from Magical Spirit and Abel Kane and True Mason, and that's followed by Dream Composer, but the leaders are inside the 2. Blind Beggar still there, tackled by Ali's Dancer. Kept going is Swayze, Faro de San Juan, and over on the far side Gisborne, Ali's Dancer is powered to the front. Inside the furlong, Ali's Dancer, Blind Beggar tries to battle back. Faro de San Juan's trying to run on behind them, followed through by Swayze, but inside the final half, Ali's Dancer is away and gone, and will go on to score for Kevin Ryan and Neil Callan. Blind Beggar for second, Faro de San Juan finished third, Gisborne came home fourth.
Yeah, the favourite has returned the winner there of the 320 at Doncaster, Ali's Dancer for the Kevin Ryan team. We can't dwell on that too much because runners are at the post for the 325 at Downpatrick, but maybe just a quick line on the winner there, Stuart, because the favourite has gone on to win the 320 at Doncaster.
Yeah, might not have been fit, might have had a terrible draw, but won quite easily in the end. My one, Bernardo O'Reilly, couldn't really go the early pace and then got stuck. Left it with too much ground to make up and never really looked like figuring, but quite an impressive winner, and they've clearly got a well-handicapped sprinter on their hands.
Yeah, they have. Perhaps they have that horse from the Kevin Ryan stable, so the favourite's gone in there of the 320 at Doncaster. We can now move us to Downpatrick, as I said, because runners are at the post for the 325. It's a 2 mile 3 furlong mares handicap hurdle for 4-year-olds and upwards, and Parvos is the market leader on 100-30. Circus Act is next at 5-1. Glen Natara is next in on 11-2. Park Hind is also on 11-2. Bigger prices for the remainder. So just the 12 runners here, Stuart, but it's Parvos who's the market leader.
Yeah, competitive mares handicap this. Parvos, you can see Wyatt's favourite. She finished third in a 2 mile maiden hurdle at Wexford last time. That was a good run. Looked like she might appreciate the step up in trip. My only concern is she's run over 2.5 miles before and it didn't work out. So, I mean, maybe this sort of semi-intermediate trip of sort of 2 miles, 2.5 furlongs will be ideal. Michael O'Sullivan takes off a handy £5, so you've got to respect her. The one that I preferred marginally is Mamie's Magic. She won her first 2 handicaps at Kelso and Newcastle just after Christmas. And although she probably didn't match that form last time, that was in a Class 2 race at Musselburgh, where she was hampered as well, and the jockey reported that she was never travelling after that. So back at this more realistic level, over a trip that should suit and on ground that will be no problem, I think she's the one for me, Mamie's Magic.
Okay, that's Stuart's thoughts then. Ahead of this 3:25 at Downpatrick, he's siding with Mamie's Magic, and they have jumped. So let's go now live and get the call from Downpatrick.
Darrow, Glen Natara, and then comes Mamie's Magic, return to base. Then Queenie Newell and Harvest Bow over the first place stream, and Parkhind goes on to in second Circus Act, and then in third is Bella Bliss, and Soldaro races in fourth. In fifth place is Glen Natara, then comes Parvus, now settled mid-division just in front of Mamie's Magic, and return to base Queenie Newell, and then comes Harvest Bow. So all runners bar Parvus keeping out, but Parkhind, Circus Act, Bella Bliss and Soldaro, the leading quartet, the highest point of the track for their first time. Parkhind goes on by 3 or 4 lengths. The Circus Act, Soldaro and Bella Bliss disputing third place. Glen Natara has gone there, and horse and rider on the deck. Slowly, Paddy O'Hanlon just trying to get to his knees. But our leader, Parkhind, to Circus Act, Bella Bliss, and then comes Soldaro. Then behind is Parvus, and Queenie Newell, and return to base Mamie's Magic, and Harvest Bow looking on. But Parkhind, chased down by Circus Act, Soldaro on the inside, Bella Bliss, the leading quartet, cleared by 5 to Parvus, who's about 3 lengths clear to Queenie Newell. Return to base Mamie's Magic, then comes Harvest Bow, weighted with. They continue the descent into the home straight, but Parkhind in second place Circus Act, Soldaro, and then comes Bella Bliss. The hurdle that'll bring them up towards the winning post. Glen Natara has got to its feet. Parkhind, Circus Act, Bella Bliss, stand side, Soldaro, and then comes behind Soldaro, Parvus, Queenie Newell, judge the best turned out, and then return to base, Mamie's Magic. So up in front of the judge, and still with the lead is Parkhind. Who in second place is Circus Act and Soldaro and Bella Bliss. But Conor Maxwell on board Parkhind in the colours of Stephen O'Connor, MSH. To in second is Circus Act and Gavin Bruder. And then in third, Soldaro and Sean Flanagan, Bella Bliss, Cheltenham Festival winning jockey Brian Hayes, just in front of Parvus, likewise Michael O'Sullivan. Then Queenie Newell and Luke Dempsey. And return to base, Aidan Kelly. Also breaking his Cheltenham duck this season, Mamie's Magic, JJ Slevin, and Harvest Bow and Keith Donoghue. Another victorious at this year's festival. But Parkhind leads the field down through the starting point. To in second place is Circus Act. Then comes Soldaro on the inside of racing Bella Bliss in fourth, Parvus, Queenie Newell, return to base, Mamie's Magic, and then Harvest Bow just ever so slightly detached. But Parkhind enjoying herself on the front end for trainer Ian Donoghue. To in second place is Circus Act for representing James Nash. So Parkhind to Soldaro and Circus Act. They will be bypassing the next. And it's Parkhind to Circus Act and Soldaro. And then comes Bella Bliss and Parvus. Return to base, now disputing with Queenie Newell, and then Mamie's Magic, and just changing the reins out the back is Harvest Bow. But Parkhind, don't forget they're bypassing the next hurdle to Circus Act, Soldaro and Bella Bliss. Parvus weighted with in fifth, then return to base in company with Queenie Newell, Mamie's Magic and Harvest Bow just not fully on the bridle, but it's Parkhind now challenged by Bella Bliss and Circus Act, and then in fourth place is Soldaro. And Parvus travelling comfortably in the hands of Michael O'Sullivan to Queenie Newell, just off the bridle now is returned to base. But Bella Bliss looming large in the wing mirrors of Parkhind. To in third is Soldaro, Circus Act and Parvus, Queenie Newell return to base, Mamie's Magic leaving behind Harvest Bow, 2 to jump, and Bella Bliss and Parkhind, and neck the difference. Soldaro travels powerfully in third. Then comes Circus Act and Parvus, Queenie Newell, Mamie's Magic staying on, and then return to base and Harvest Bow. Inside the final 3 furlongs in the Tolls Bookmakers Mares Handicap Hurdle, and Bella Bliss challenged once again by Parkhind, the long-time leader. Parvos on the inside, Soldaro still on the snaff. Then comes Circus Act. The handicappers happy on the run to the last, and it's Parvos, Soldaro, Circus Act, Bella Bliss, Parkhind return to base, sprouting wings, and at the wings of the final hurdle, and it's Parvos, the red, white and blue, Soldaro the checks, then the spotted sleeve stand side of Circus Act, but Soldaro goes on. Soldaro by 3 parts of length of Parvos. Circus Act return to base, leaving behind Queenie Newall, and then comes Mamie's Magic and Bella Bliss inside the final furlong, and Soldaro in the hands of Sean Flanagan to in second. Parvos return to base is trying to lay a glove on the second place horse, but neither of them are going to bypass Soldaro scores. Soldaro wins the Tolls Bookmakers Hurdle. Parvos return to base, then comes Circus Act and Queenie Newall.
Yeah, well, so Soldaro returns the winner of the 325 at Downpatrick. A bit of a surprise there, Stuart, but this horse was a winner last time out and has gone on to win again today.
Yeah, Gavin Cromwell hadn't been having a very good time of it recently, but that's he's having a good day today with Laurella as well. This one won her maiden hurdle at Clonmel a few weeks ago, moved into a handicap on just at the third run of her career and found plenty to hold on. Travelled notably well. There were a few in contention jumping the last, but she looked the winner at that point and found enough to hold on. She could be a typical Gavin Cromwell horse who you can see making progress through the ranks now, because like we said, that's 2 wins in a row. She's won over 2 miles, she's won over 2 miles, 2.5. She could probably win over a little bit further as well, so mare to keep an eye on, I think.
Okay, yeah, that's Stuart's thoughts then on Soldaro, who it's looking like she's going the right way, and it's a good day for Gavin Cromwell, and she returns the winner of the 325 at Downpatrick around about 13-2 in the betting. We'll bring you the full SP shortly as they come through, but I can wrap up the result now from Doncaster, the 320. That went the way of Ali's Dancer, 9-2 winner of that race. Blind Becker was back in second on 11-1. Pharaoh de Son Juan, also on 11-1, was back in third. Gisborne was 4th place horse at on 7-1. 5th place horse was Bernardo O'Reilly on 15-2. Just a quick word on that Doncaster race, Jan. Went the way of the favourite. Ali's Dancer was quite impressive.
Yeah, it was a decent performance, wasn't it? The stalls 1 and stalls 2, we wouldn't have thought before that they'd have been up there in the firing line, but they've migrated towards his stand side. Neil Callan's been able to get a good position on Ali's Dancer, and he's had a well handicapped horse under him. He's going to get a hike from the handicapper, isn't he? But to say Ken possibly thought he might improve for the run, that was a decent performance, wasn't it? Neil Callan teaming up with his old boss Kevin Ryan. I'd imagine that's going to be quite a thing this year. I imagine Neil will ride quite a lot for them again, but he just smacks of an improving young sprinter, which the yard do so well with.
Yeah, and it's good to see a favourite get on the winning sheet at Doncaster today, because there hasn't been any yet so far. So Ali's Dance did return the 9-2 favourite winner of the 320. Now we can move over to Ascot, which is the 335. Runners are at the start for this next contest, and I'll just bring you the betting. It's a 2 mile 1 furlong handicap chase, class 2. Freya de Armes is on 2-1. That's the market leader. Corrigine Rock is next in on 3-1. Fast Buck is 15-2, and Black Jerry 8-1. Excitations also on 8-1. Dolos 17-2. Bigger prices for the remainder of the field, but this is your nap that goes here, Jan, in the shape of Corrigine Rock.
Yeah, I just think he's been running pretty well. His last 3 runs have all been down at Sandown, win in 2 seconds. He's been running pretty well. He's crept up the handicap to a mark of 128. But he's only had 5 runs over fences. He's won 2, been second 2. The other one was on his debut when he fell at Perth early in the race. Lucinda's horses are in really good form. I just thought this morning around the 4-1 mark, he was pretty solid, hopefully, and I imagine Derek Fox will give him a good positive ride. They'll jump out to probably try and make it, or be pretty handy, and hopefully he can still be out of business. And I do respect the favourite of Dan Skelton's Fred Damet Darms very much. He's 2 from 2 over fences now. We've not seen him since November when he beat Orkan Risk, who obviously went on to win the Betfair hurdle. After that, obviously there's a different sphere, fences to hurdles, but he looked like a really nice type there.
Soldaro, so
been pretty good. He's up £8 from that.
We wouldn't have got Soldaro. Excuse me with the I just keep getting interfered with. Sunday, I shouldn't be really doing this on a Sunday anyway. 3:35 Ascot, I've missed the input on there. There's another Skelton horse, but this one's signalled, so he's probably going to get that free timer. Handicap chase, so you wouldn't lay that at all. You wouldn't back that to lose, for sure. It's just before the race finishes. Do a quick read. $3.35 Ascot. Right, so yeah, quite a strong favourite, so I won't be really interested in opposing it too much. Weak signal for excitations here. Strong each way for Black Jerry. Can't put it in anyway. What did I say? If I cover the two reverse gambles, they won't come or even place. In the last race, we only got Ali's Dancer, which is a small profit on that one. So yeah, too late to get this in anyway. A little bit of money for Royal Margot. Hatcher is the reverse gamble for the same team that's got the back favourite. This is interesting. Reverse gamble is Hatcher. Maybe that's an 80-1 winner there. There I've missed again. See how the race pans out.
To the third of their fences. Hatcher touchdown alongside Excitations next. He's been very patient early on Fred Arm. Harry Skelton sharing last place with Black Jerry to the rear. So roared on by the crowd again. A circuit to go in this LK Bennett handicap chase. They've jumped 3. They're on their way round to fences 4, 5, 6 and 7 on the downhill part of the track, with Fast Buck leading under David Noonan. Corrigine Rock still in second place. Prince Escalus has gone the shortest way. Dolos and Royal Margot are towards the outside as they take the next of their fences. Excitations still next to Hatcher, and between those two is Frere Dame, and Black Jerry is the back marker quite clearly now. Leaders jumping really well here. Fast Buck is that leader under David Noonan, pink sleeves, showing the way from Corrigine Rock and Dolos as Prince Escalus just eases back fourth now. Hatcher a bit closer, taking the next of their fences. Hatcher got in very close to that one though, it was a mistake. Royal Margot's with him on the outside. Then Excitations and Frere Dame still really patiently ridden ahead of Black Jerry at the back end of the field. And there, at the last over on the far side, Prince Escalus just jumped violently out to the left. But all that happening a fair way behind our leader and our clear leader now, Fast Buck. So Fast Buck has been jumping slickly, setting the pace here by some 4 lengths to Corrigine Rock in second. Dolos and Royal Margot next as they now come towards the 8th fence in the contest. There's just 6 more to take. Dolos still travelling well, as indeed is Royal Margot on the outside of them, as they race now towards fence number 9. Fast Buck then still the leader. Well, he got in close there. That was a mistake from our leader, Fast Buck. Dolos and Royal Margot coming strongly. Corrigine Rock still right in behind those. Prince Escalus and Hatcher around the outside. Frere Dame picking off 1 or 2 at the back now. Pulled up quickly as Excitations. At the back end of the main group is Black Jerry taking the next fence. Back to how we were there with Fast Buck the leader as they begin now the turn for home. He jumped strongly, but Royal Margot's arrived going even stronger on the outside. Meanwhile, look at Frere Dame going ever so well. The blue and white colours in behind, about to challenge surely. Dolos and Hatcher on the outside, and Black Jerry going to be played late as well. Nothing coming from Corrigine Rock, and Prince Escalus well beaten as well. Royal Margot, the leader at the second last, now being chased by 4 of them. Hatcher, Frere Dame, Black Jerry coming through. Dolos there with a chance as well. All Change approaching the final fence as now Frere Dame and Black Jerry go on in the air together. They touch down with Black Jerry just nosing on from Frere Dame. Black Jerry, Frere Dame, Hatcher plugging on into third place. It is Black Jerry back to winning ways.
Black Jerry was the strongest in that market and goes and wins. Of course I missed the input, but we would have got on that being the strongest in that race. It's picking up now. We've got another fix in the 3:45 at Leopardstown. Crappy price, typical. One I can get on, plenty of time to get on, and but it's a fix of 3. So let me just double check that. Because you're getting, listen, Foley, more, trainers. Anton O'Brien. Right, okay, so that, yeah, so the fix is likely to lose this one. The Money Horse Denmark. The Money Horse Denmark. Gold each way gamble for up and over, but in a stakes race in Ireland. O'Brien dominated race. Look at that, man, Chief. Serious challenge. Yeah, nice, easy, quick read. So let's go with the Money Horses and let's forget the favourite fix. Let's be brave and say that's a lay bet, Alex, because I know how these operate. Apart from it's still kind of is strong, but we're going to go with. $3.25 down, Patrick. Pavlos return to base. Right, so we're on the downhill plunge. 3:45. Leopardstown. 3:45. Yeah, we go each way on them anyway because that favourite is still a problem, but I would be willing to lay that, but not entirely because, yeah, no, let's take that away. Let's not lay that. Let's just go against it on the backing side. So up and under. She's got 10 grand. Fucking saved more, about 15 in her savings, and she dare ask me that. This is what they're like. She said, I'm your mother. So what? I've just fucking took everything out of the bank to invest, to make some money, and done it, and I probably might lose on it, Rolex. There's still a lot more to pay out. I think they're going to work fucking 3 years. Well, no, all my life. Because it's the first bit of money I've got. And when people know you've got money, fucking after it. Unbelievable. Go to the fucking bank. Go to him that's a millionaire that left you all that money. It's fucking disgusting. Use her own money, her own savings. Believes in him that much, going to just take it off me for a 10 grand deposit on the house. Okay, that's fucking fuming now. Just go to send. Any messages go? Message. A lot to recover. 5 watches. Lost him, and no son. Refund. And someone projector 200. After all fucking arguments. She says, I'm your mother. I said, look, well, if you take it, it's going to have to be a proper contract so I can take you to court. Look how many, it's family and friends, that every single one that goes on Judge Judy, where someone's fucking not been bothered to pay them back. It just comes out with that kind of figure. You see me fucking say, this is, don't, forget that, I ain't got no comeback, I ain't got no pensions, I ain't got fuck all. This is everything, my future, what I need, got to spend, and my pension. Well, you don't pay that back until that gets paid back to you. Came back to me. Email, Royal Mail, email. They use the eBay label, so they're right, so they know they've sent that. So, email, Royal Mail. Well, it's just sent to the correct departments. That's it. So, you know, send it to right. It's supposed to use. Where's the proof that if the poster turned around and says, oh, I did send it to the right house, and then what's to stop anybody just saying it didn't arrive when it did arrive, for sure. Well, this is why you start taking pictures now. And the last one you should have took a picture before. Some name. When the last record, any other parcel gets recorded, it's delivered to number wherever. And this one just stops at thingy post office. He's heard a story about someone who thinks, well, I've got a right love you. We're promising her and took everything from her and yeah, right. Fucking I just said to her, you think I'm going to give it to fucking strangers? I'm not giving it to a stranger, you're giving it to me. To then give to a stranger. Bosch took 3 TVs, caravan TVs, done to myself. How many TVs have I got in caravan? And pretty much just anything that's in the house. Tractors that were bought for Dan for his future. Special collector's tractors. There's a load of stuff down at that shed 3. There's all the fucking Formula 1 cars that we used to go to Buxton swap meet, supposedly bought for me for the future as well. Box of trains worth 10 grand in there. 3 electric bikes worth 5 grand. I bet she's already used that money, apparently. I bet she bought it for me. She wouldn't lie to me. I don't lie, fuck off, I don't do anything. Fuck, I just recorded that, so on YouTube now. No. No, I've got to edit that, that's Reddit. Decent day, 50 to 1 minute, missed. 100 to 1 place, missed, with less gamblers. Because it's interference. Fucking that's enough for me, recent. White Birch just under reverse gamble status. 355 Doncaster. I've got to be quick on this as well. It's busy with 4-day meetings. Right, so I've missed Downpatrick there. No time to look through it, so I've got to get on with reading Ascot. Quite a few races left, so it's time to catch up. Made too many mistakes again already today. Ascot, the next race. Sorry, can't concentrate today. Let's have a look at Downpatrick before the race finishes. Fix in this race is, I can't put it in now, see if there's any interest in it. It's Forza Man. It is a strong each way for Forza Man. I'm not reading the rest of the market, I'll just look back and see what I would have won or lost.
going the shortest route, Melina Girl. Then a line of 3 on the inside, 5 after midnight, 3 wide the Jam Man, and in between sandwich is Punitive. Then Mortal and Eurobot, Fikira and Forza Milan, with Gavin Bruder earning his fee. Slight mistake there by Wawa. Very slow through the air. Eurobot gets a reminder for his troubles, but it's My Design lobbing away on the front end to Welsh Saint stand side. Along the rail is Space Cadet. Then Wawa with the cheek pieces. In behind with the check body is Archie's Charm and Melina Girl. 5 after midnight and the Jam Man. Behind the Jam Man is Punitive and Mortal, Fikira. And behind Fikira is Eurobot and Forza Milan. Down to what will be the last minute circuit's time. My Design goes on. Clear leader. My Design to in second, Space Cadet. In third is Welsh Saint. 4 Melina Girl. 5 Wawas. Lost a couple of places. Archie's Charm. Reminders for the Jam Man. Up in front of the stands they come for their second time. My Design to Space Cadet. Welsh Saint, and then comes Melina Girl. Archie's Charm, Wawa. 5 after midnight, Mortal the Jam Man. Then Punitive's lost a couple of places. Forza Milan is going by it and has already passed Fikira, and Eurobot whips them in away from the stands. In the Randox Ulster National, Welsh Saint and My Design 1 and 2. To Space Cadet 3. 4 Archie's Charm. 5 Wawa. 6 Melina Girl. 7 5 after midnight. 8 Mortal. 9 the Jam Man. Then comes Forza Milan and Punitive as they swing right-handed, and Fikira, Eurobot second last and last. Welsh Saint, Shane O'Callaghan to Kieran Buckley in My Design. Then comes JJ Slevin and Space Cadet. Paddy O'Hanlon, Wawa, Keith Donahue still motionless, and Melina Girl. Archie's Charm and Shane Fitzgerald. Mortal in behind with the striped sleeves. And as they race on down past their starting point once again, Welsh Saint by a length to My Design, Space Cadet, Archie's Charm, Wawa, and in behind Wawa, very bad mistake by the Jam Man, is Melina Girl and Mortal. 5 after midnight and Punitive. Behind Punitive is Forza Milan, but a Space Cadet on the inside of My Design. Then Wawa, Welsh Saint, Melina Girl and Archie's Charm. Break of 2 lengths back to 5 after midnight and Mortal. Punitive and Forza Milan rule out the other 2. Welsh Saint's pulling up. Space Cadet, My Design, Wawa in third. In fourth is Melina Girl. Archie's Charm at 5 after midnight. Then Mortal, Punitive, Forza Milan. Welsh Saint is pulling up. Then the Jam Man, Eurobot and Fikira. They'll be waving the white flag soon enough. But it's Space Cadet with the featherweight of 10 stone. To My Design in second. Wawa in third. 4 is Melina Girl, 5 after midnight. Then Archie's Charm and Punitive and Mortal. But our leader, My Design, takes over. 2 in second, Wawa. Under Sufferance in third is Space Cadet. Melina Girl is 4. Then comes 5 after midnight and Archie's Charm. But My Design by a neck to Wawa. Then comes Space Cadet and Melina Girl. The winner's going to come from the leading quartet, it looks. My Design back for more on the inside is Space Cadet, Melina Girl and Wawa. Then comes 5 after midnight and Archie's Charm. And My Design by a length over the third last to Space Cadet and Wawa. Then Melina Girl, 5 after midnight, but My Design and Kieran Buckley to Keith Donahue, and Melina Girl looks as though he's pulling the proverbial steamroller. Then Space Cadet on the inside, Wawa still boxing away down towards the second last. My Design to Melina Girl, Wawa 5 after midnight and Space Cadet 2 out. Melina Girl takes over to My Design, then Space Cadet and Wawa 5 after midnight down to the final fence in the Randox Ulster National, and it's Melina Girl and My Design. Then comes Space Cadet and 5 after midnight. My Design the far side, stand side Melina Girl as they straighten up with a furlong and a half to run. My Design and Melina Girl, Space Cadet, Melina Girl by half a length to My Design the far side, who's not going away, and it's Melina Girl to My Design in third, Space Cadet, but now Melina Girl goes clear for the Russells. First run in these colours is going to be victorious. Melina Girl scores, treble for Gavin Cromwell, double for Keith Donahue. My Design, Space Cadet, 5 after midnight Archie's Girl, and behind Archie's Charm is Punitive. Wawa will be the final finisher.
Yeah, Melina Girl returns the winner of the Ulster National, then returns around about the 7-1 winner, and just continuing a good day for Gavin Cromwell. We'll wrap up the full result as it comes in, because we can move back over now to Ascot. Runners are at the post for the 4:10, and it's a 2 mile 7.5 furlong novices handicap hurdle, class 4 for 4-year-olds and upwards, rated 0 to 110, and there are 10.
Yeah, okay, so that would have been a win. Melina Girl was in fact indeed a fix. With Forza Milan, let's have a look. Obviously when we're on it and we're in an office and doing this and concentrating, I'm not going to make these mistakes because we'll be locked in and get everything on nice in a timely fashion. Miss some beauties today. Space Cadet 33s. Wasn't in the method. 4 bets wasted at Doncaster. I'll just check if Bucephalus wasn't a signal, we wouldn't have had that. Tiger Beetle, we got some money back there, some money back. Just check that I did put that. Yeah. Tiger Beetle, let's just check that. I think we went each way on that one. Yeah, we went each way on that one, so 14 to 1 made, so only 2 losing bets on that, -2. On Doncaster for going for it on the reverse gambles. I've got a feeling that the reverse gambles, especially the 100 to 1 place, was the booster of today. The 50 to 1, maybe I wouldn't have got on it. We would have got on the bet, but we wouldn't have got on in here. Right, let's try and just not miss any from now on till the end of racing. So 410 at Ascot is off. Let's see if there are any changes. Yeah, so Realm of Glory ended up strong there. Good to soft, nice for Venetia Williams. Softies, but she's not in any great form at the minute. Yeah, so that's one extra I would have put in, is Realm of Glory each way, but I'm happy with these two. Next one, the 420, start looking at that soon. Missed another fix, and the fix is the main method. That is the one that we should be on. Let's listen to this one. Just deal with a couple of customers in my other business, and because we're not live yet, I mean, reverse gamble there. Island Handicap. There's at least one fix in there for Leopardstown. Oh, did the... No, so the fix, the favourite fix, Hans Anderson, got his third fix of the day, and possibly another one, depends who he's riding for. Right, okay, so it's code 3 as well, so we're going to have to go that starry-eyed for the win as well. Let's listen to this one while I do the math on Leopardstown.
And they're getting a little bit more strung out with the Imposter and Scamalocliath in a share of the lead still, but they're stacking up again now in behind. Crackoline, every chance. Rebel Intentions moving closer is...
Oh my god, it's going crazy. It's going crazy. Oh my god. White Birch was a fix and it won at 22 to 1 outsider. That's a massive, that's approaching 200 points profit in one day. So trust me on that, because I can't tell anyone what the fix is. Unbelievable. Look at it. Yeah, so that's no surprise that that beat the Money Horse up and under. White Birch was the fix. Now I feel a little bit sick. 100 to 1 place. 22 to 1 fix. I mean, these are big booster bets here. The 7 to 1 fix, Melina Girl, I've just missed. And a 50 to 1 reverse gamble. Right. The big ones have gone, I know it. Just keep going.
Being joined now by Rebel Intentions, who's gone 3 wide. Rebel Intentions followed by Crackaline, Charging Point, and after those is Heaven Smart. San Pedro plugs on as Eldamore drops tamely away. Down they come then to the second last. The Imposter trying to win yet again. Coming now quite strongly though to go chasing him is Charging Point together with Skamala Kliath, and then we've got Crackaline in 4th place. Heaven Smart still running on. Final flight of hurdles. Charging Point needed a big jump, didn't really get one, and the Imposter's back out in front. The Imposter from Charging Point. Skamala Kliath is next as the Imposter just loves the game. Wins again. What a season he's having. The Imposter and Tom Buckley beat Skamala Kliath. Those two were 1 and 2 virtually throughout, with Charging Point an honourable 3rd and Heaven Smart 4th.
Yeah, the Imposter returns the winner of the 410 at Ascot, returns around about the 4 to 1 favourite. So a good result all round there for that horse, Jan.
Yeah, just such a good attitude, hasn't he, that horse now, to keep winning and keep going up the handicap. He just shows an incredible attitude. I imagine Tom Buckley loves him. You know, he keeps finding for his askins. He's versatile trip wise. He's been winning on deep ground. That's a little bit quicker ground today. He's a real good jump at the last, which has probably won the race for him. But just a really, really likeable horse who's now won 6 of his last 7, and that takes some going. He was obviously at the right end of the handicap, but he's still progressing, and just it's the attitude he shows that impressed you the most. Just a real likeable, tough character. Yeah, very much so, and his winning streak just keeps getting better and better. So good result all round there, and he returns the around about 4 to 1 favourite winner of the 410 at Ascot. So rewards all the favourite backers there, and a good result for that horse again. So we can now move back over to Leopardstown. The 410 is coming up, and runners are at the posts for their next race, and they're going over 1 mile 2 furlong. It's a handicap for 3-year-olds, and there are 13 runners going to post for this contest. Starry Eyed is the market leader on 5 to 2. Valiant King next in on 3 to 1. Orifondina is next in on 6 to 1. Two Takes is on 13 to 2. Atrocat is next in on 15 to 2. Pulse Light 14 to 1. Better Days are coming on 16s. Evenings Empire 20s. Also on 20s is Signora Bellamisma, and What Not Who Not What is 25 to 1. Pigeon House 28s. Donbeg Real is on 50 to 1. So it's Starry Eyed, Stuart, who is the market leader here and looking to continue another good day for Aidan O'Brien.
Yeah, mixed day for Aidan O'Brien with that last one getting beaten, but I suspect this will go to one of the O'Briens. Whether it's Aidan, I'm not entirely sure. This horse has been a bit disappointing, really, considering that she cost €1.5 million. Her dam was a Grade 1 dirt winner in America, but she still has classic entries, and connections clearly haven't given up on her. Trying a new trip could spark improvement, and on that pedigree and with that sort of paper profile, if she's not significantly better than 82 by the end of her season, there's going to be a lot of disappointed faces. I'm just not sure is the ultimate conclusion. I'm just fascinated to see that Oisin Murphy's come over just to ride Valiant King, who showed promise in 2 turf maidens last year against decent rivals, wasn't beaten far by Alder at Killarney. That was supposed to be running in the Derby trial today, but was pulled out late, and then wasn't disgraced, beaten about 5 lengths by a horse called Hiawatha. So that's the horse that I think is, the ground is a slight concern, the absence is a slight concern, but I noticed that it's been really well backed in the last few minutes, and that would be the one I would be favouring. The other one to just briefly mention is Tuatates, who's trained by Donica O'Brien, won at Dundalk under Paddy Hartnett, who is back in the saddle today in January. He's got fitness on his side, having also run respectably back at Dundalk in February. So if at an each-way price, well, it's not really an each-way price, is it? But I think Valiant King is the one for me, and possibly Tuatates to beat Starry Eyed for second and third.
Okay, Valiant King then for Stuart. Jan?
Yeah, it's an interesting race. It's a handicap that Aidan O'Brien actually does pretty well with his decent record in it. You'd imagine, they'd hope she's going to be better than 82. The one I liked was the second horse Stuart mentioned there, Tuatates of Donica's. I thought it was a nice debut, and then I thought he ran a nice race last time on the all-weather in what wasn't a bad race, off a break of 51 days onto turf up in Trip. Should all suit him, and hopefully at around the 5-1 mark he can run a big race.
Okay, let's hope so. That's Tuatates then, who is around about 5-1 in the betting, and that's Jan's selection ahead of this 4:20 at Leopardstown. Stuart is siding with the favourite Valiant King on 9-4. Let's see how they get on.
Race 5, the Porsche Centre Dublin, in support of Breast Cancer Ireland 3-year-old handicap over 10 furlongs, and it's Senora Bellissima who leads the length the end of the first furlong from Autocrat. Alongside Autocrat is Pulse Light and Autofedina. Evening's Empire next with Who Not What and Dunbeg Reel and Starry Eyed and Chutates, Valiant King. Better days are coming. The top weight is one behind Pigeon House. Pretty well stacked up with a mile to go. In front is Senora Bellissima by 3 parts of a length to in second place Pulse Light, half a length back to in third was Autofedina, contesting the fourth. Evening's Empire and Autocrat, and then Who Not What and Dunbeg Reel and Starry Eyed and Valiant King. Better days are coming next, and then Chutates, Pigeon House. Heading towards the final 3/4 of a mile. 6 to 7 lengths covering the field. It's Senora Bellissima leading Pulse Light and Autofedina, tracked by Evening's Empire, Autocrat and Who Not What, Dunbeg Reel on the outside of Starry Eyed, and then Valiant King. With the final 3, Better Days Are Coming, Chutates and Pigeon House. Turning at the halfway stage, it's Senora Bellissima and Jamie Powell, half a length up on Pulse Light, and Siobhan Rutledge in second. Just in third place is Autofedina and Luke McAteer, as they've less than half a mile to go, and then Evening's Empire and Autocrat and Who Not What and Starry Eyed next. Nudged along as Dunbeg Reel and Valiant King, Chutates, Pigeon House. Better Days Are Coming. Just over 3 furlongs to go, working back for the home straight in the Porsche Centre Dublin in support of Breast Cancer Ireland 3-year-old handicap. Senora Bellissima yet to be headed. Pulse Light handy in second, then Autofedina. Evening's Empire ridden along on the outside of Autocrat, and then Who Not What, improving as Valiant King, then Starry Eyed. Chutates, Pigeon House, Better Days Are Coming, and dropping away is Dunbeg Reel. Inside the final 2 furlongs, and it's Senora Bellissima extending the advantage to 2.5 to 3 lengths, chased by Autofedina, then Pulse Light. Who Not What and Valiant King. In the centre of the track is Starry Eyed, then Chutates in the Evening's Empire next with Autocrat, but clear of the field is Senora Bellissima. Here's Valiant King, who's cutting back the leader, and then Starry Eyed and Autofedina, but it's Senora Bellissima from Valiant King, the near side, closing with every single stride. Senora Bellissima and Valiant King. In third place was Starry Eyed, and then Autofedina.
Well, close finish there of the 4:20 at Leopardstown, but it looks as though Senora Bellissima has got up for the Johnny Murtagh team. Jamie Powell in the saddle, but Valiant King was closing with every stride, Jan.
Yeah, I think that was just a very good ride. Jamie Powell's stolen it on the front end, hasn't he?
So Senora Bellissima takes that. Nice 20-1 each way, 25 points ahead there. We needed that after the ones we missed. Big 22-1 fix. The fixes for sure definite winners, no matter what happens in the market. So that's another 22 points for definite that's gone. And you saw earlier the 100-1, an extra 25 points there, and the reverse gamble at 50-1 is a shame. I didn't catch that in time. That was a definite signal as well. That's why I was looking into the form of that one, because it was approaching reverse gamble early on before I left that market. I didn't see the market through. 4:30 Doncaster then, another big one. So, you know, I don't have to look for hours and hours on form just to get a loser. I can just read a market within a few minutes. That's the beauty about this advantage on this system as well. As soon as I get a lot of interest, I mean, I had a Facebook following of 5,000 people, but they were all in it because I was just testing the methods, and that's before the fix method came along, and they were all satisfied. Of course, it was free. One guy paid off his mortgage, and I said, I'm going to have to start charging a little bit now, and he stuck the fingers up to me, and that's what you get, and that's why I've lost interest in helping people. Right, just check the Doncaster fixes. Right, it's reverse gamble there and a fix. Right, let's get that in. It's a fix anyway. Yeah, big shame when you, especially when I'm not getting them in here for official record. What did we say? Mohi. Right, plenty of time to read this race. Strong on the favourite. Strong on the second favourite. Reverse gamble Mohi. Strong on Vince Lombardi. Strong on Golden Melody. That's 4 strong. So that is not something I'm willing to do, put 4 in, but on last opening shows, which should be coming soon, might be able to narrow that down to 2. I should really shut off WhatsApp distracting me on my business. Other business can wait after racing. It should have waited on the Saturday when 3 major gold gambles landed in that hour that I had to deal with my other business. So, reverse gamble for Cliffcake. So let's put the reverse gambles in this one as we're 4 strong in the market on the positive and 2 reverse gambles. That's the lesser of the. So that's what we do. How will I do it? Weak reverse gamble, Sylvester Kirksauce, but it's not really. Yeah, it's just too weak. So 2 strong reverse gambles. Signora Bellissimo and Starry Eyed third, money back on that one. Most of it at 3-1. I don't think we would have had the imposter. No, that wasn't a signal. Lena Girl, like I say, a definite signal on a fix. And the biggest fix, I didn't even look at the fixes on that race. I only studied the market. It should always be the fix first that I look at, but when I'm short of time, shouldn't really have put anything in there. So money back on that, and we lost 1 point on that at Leopardstown. Black Jerry was the strongest in that race. He would have had that. No, he wouldn't have had Hatcher. Didn't have any of those. Oh, just return to base. Each way. Losing just over 2 points on that race. 4 horses in that race. Selections. 2 reverse gambles on that race, so we didn't make a lot on that either. Eliza Dancer was the gamble, and that landed. Never-ending Story was a fix. This was a reverse gamble. Blue King Duro. You would have seen me checking that out. I was distracted on that race. I Don't Get It was the single only one I saw. The strongest selection in that race. Nearly a gold each way gamble. Landed at 6-1. Proof on the video. Smile and Pay. Difference in the markets, but one market gave a gold each way gamble. Came in at 100-1. So we would have got clearly at least 25 points ahead on that one. Hans Anderson was a fix, but it was a favourite. We went against it. Second and lost 1 point on there. Winding River gamble landed. Demillion only on the reverse gamble on that race. 1 of 2. Curvature signals strong on the exchanges. Didn't get it in recorded. Lay bet on Miles from Wicklow. 10-1 on the backing against that one. Oh, by the way, I can't put I can't record lay bets on this. Oh, I can do a lay stake. So maybe I should put the lays in if I've got time. I don't know what all this means, to be honest with you. Lay stake, lay risk. If anyone could tell me in comments. Place lay stake, place lay risk. I'm only interested in laying favourites for maximum profit. I don't really understand these ones. Sure, it's easy to understand. So we've gone for reverse gambles there. There's 4 for money on this 4:30 at Doncaster. It must be off by now. Then it's straight onto that small race to read. Let's say Downpatrick. So let's do this one while I do the maths on the Downpatrick.
From the back, Colt Stare kept going, but it's Gorak who sets sail for home well inside the furlong here. Gorak opens up by 3-4. Perseverance can't respond in second. Gorak's going further clear. Inside the final 100 yards, it's going to be a win for Charlie Fellows and Callum Shepherd. Gorak goes on to score. Perseverance probably just second from Golden Melody, followed by Colt Stare. Ascot Adventure.
Gorak did touch gold each way gamble at one point. It was one of the 4 strong ones. I don't think any reverse gamble came in on that one. So it's very hard to tell without me having an app and doing the math for me when I'm manually doing the maths. Very difficult to say which is the strongest out of the gambles and the reverse gambles. So, and I haven't got time to do the math fully, so I just do it by what's trained in my head. But the app would point these out much more clearly, which was the strongest between the gamble and the reverse gambles. Best to cover them all anyway. See if Mohi or Cliffcake placed in that 4:30 at Doncaster. Right, Downpatrick. Just looking for a code 3. Cromwell. McCluskey. Who's McCluskey? Right, 1 minute to read the market. Don't think we're going to get them in unless there's an Indy Bell. Where are we? Let's get that in. Big leg up, get that in. Got the 2 gambles in. Strong each way selection Jonah's way. But I'm not going to be able to get in because it's 4:35 now. So we've got those 2 in. Weak reverse gamble on Dio Bellator as well. So that's 2 I've not inputted that I would like to have. But we're on the 2 gold gambles on this race, so which are Indy Bell and Big Leg Up. See how that runs. We'd still be able to get on the bets, by the way, just can't get them into this recorded thing. Has to be like this, so you can't cheat the system. But any tipster can make up his profit and losses. Obviously, it's too easy to do that, to make your own accounts. This is why I tried to do it this way, but failing miserably. Yep, that keeps rubbing it in because I'm normally on these reverse gambles. 50-1 winner there. It's really a much bigger day than a Saturday, and Saturday's normally always the biggest day for profit, and the Fridays midweek is usually much quieter. But they're always happening. The gambles, the reverse gambles, and the fix. And I'm surprised at the fix. But now the ground, so as soon as the ground gets better and matches up with the market on forecast declarations where they declare them and the book gets made according to the ground that the horses are known to go on, then we're going to have some serious profits. Last year 66-1, 66-1 and 80-1 in one day because the ground was good. So let's do this race and move on to the next.
It'll be So Ladylike for James Murdoch, and then Joe's Way or No Way for Joe Walsh. A girl called Chloe with Cheek Pieces has the lead in the hands of Simon Torrance. 2 in second place, Indy Bell, Aidan Kelly. Darrow O'Keefe in third, She's Some Doll. Then in 4, Lee McKenna and Big Leg Up, and Paddy O'Hanlon Turbojet. Aileen O'Sullivan, Gio Bellator. Joe's Way or No Way, Danny Gilligan and company, with looking on from rear as they head down the dip and back up hill they climb. So Ladylike now relegated to rear of the field for Shane O'Callaghan, but A Girl Called Chloe, Indy Bell and She's Some Doll. They've opened up a 5-length lead over Turbojet. Joe's Way or No Way, Big Leg Up, and in between is Gio Bellator. And then So Ladylike has just dropped to rear and just dropped off the others. But A Girl Called Chloe to Indy Bell and She's Some Doll, Turbojet, Gio Bellator, Big Leg Up, and Joe's Way or No Way. And So Ladylike through the starting point, quickly on to the next. A Girl Called Chloe to Indy Bell, She's Some Doll. And then Big Leg Up, Gio Bellator, Joe's Way or No Way, Turbojet, and So Ladylike. But A Girl Called Chloe bidding to make every yard of the running to Indy Bell, She's Some Doll. Big Leg Up going widest of all, Joe's Way or No Way is now latched onto the bridle. Gio Bellator, more reminders for Turbojet and So Ladylike. They begin to climb uphill. And A Girl Called Chloe trying to stretch them from the front to Indy Bell in second. In third is She's Some Doll, Joe's Way or No Way. And then comes Big Leg Up, Gio Bellator, Turbojet, and So Ladylike. Continue to gallop uphill. And A Girl Called Chloe, red and white, to the blue sleeves of Indy Bell. And then the white cap stand side 3 wide, She's Some Doll. The red blinkered, Joe's Way or No Way. But A Girl Called Chloe is responding for every bit of pressure applied by Simon Torrance to Indy Bell in second. She's Some Doll, Joe's Way or No Way, Turbojet, Big Leg Up. And then comes Gio Bellator and So Ladylike out to its left. But A Girl Called Chloe Off bottom weight, still yet to be headed to in second place, Indy Bell, then She's Some Doll, Joe's Way or No Way, and they're clear of Turbo Jet. Likewise, Big Leg Up and Geo Bellator and So Ladylike. Inside the final half mile, 3 to jump, one of them being a regulation, and a girl called Chloe. Now chased and challenged on the outside by Indy Bell. She's Some Doll within a length and a half. At 3 out, and a girl called Chloe to Indy Bell, She's Some Doll, Joe's Way or No Way and Turbo Jet. Downhill they run inside the final quarter mile. And our leader, a girl called Chloe, responding once again and goes on by 3 parts of a length. To in second, Indy Bell. She's Some Doll in third, and they're leaving behind Turbo Jet. But it's a girl called Chloe. To in second place, Indy Bell. She's Some Doll. And then behind that, as they jump to third last, is Joe's Way or No Way and Turbo Jet. But a girl called Chloe and Indy Bell, stride for stride, eyeball to She's Some Doll, then Joe's Way or No Way and Turbo Jet over the last, and they land in unison. Stand side will be Indy Bell, a girl called Chloe, now definitely second, but it's Indy Bell goes on by over a length to a girl called Chloe. She's Some Doll running on tired in third, Joe's Way or No Way and Turbo Jet battling it out for the 4th place prize money, but Indy Bell and Aidan Kelly in the colours of Paula Widger and Nigel O'Sullivan for trainer Robert Widger. Indy Bell deserves this victory after great runs in defeat over hurdles. Indy Bell scores second across the line, the long-time leader, a girl called Chloe. Third, She's Some Doll, and a 4th place Turbo Jet to Joe's Way or No Way. Then comes So Ladylike and Geo Bellator, having pulled up in the dip. Big leg up.
Yeah, Indy Bell returns the winner of the 4:35 at Downpatrick then, and She's Some Doll, the favourite, was back in third, Stuart, but...
Yeah, so gamble landed, one of the 2 gambles there, not a great profit, because we needed the other one to place. There was weak signal for a girl called Chloe. We don't do the weak signals, they do win now and again. No place in the 4:30 at Doncaster for those 2. So for the boost today, we really needed to get on those ones that the mistakes. We're in good profit. She's Some Doll, wasn't that the other one? That ended up at... Oh no, it's Big Leg Up we went for. Yeah, Indy Bell. Okay. So this one, 2 for gold, is a non-signalled fix. It's not signalled. The others were. Oh, the 22 to 1 outsider wasn't signalled. The fix, it doesn't matter what happens in the market generally. We just have more confidence in the ones that are also a second code, so if it's a gambled fix, a gold gamble, or a reverse gamble. Right, so for this one, sorry guys, it's gone to the 3-hour mark for you to watch this stuff. I hope you that are interested do take interest and watch all of what I've got to do and try and work out my methods. So there's gamble in this race. 4:45. Saint Xavier gets an each way, and a potential reverse gamble. So the odds are there to cover that reverse gamble. I'd rather take the chance and lose a little bit of profit. Quite strong Run to Milan. Run to Milan is quite strong, but it's a favourite, and we oppose every favourite anyway. It depends. Favourites like this, but no. I'm happy to put those 3 in, get them in before the 4:45. It's just hit. It's not allowing me to. Oh, I've done 2 for gold twice. No, I need to quick. Ruthless Article, the reverse gamble, Come on. Right, I've got all 3 in. I put that in twice, 2 for gold. So yeah, small race, but the odds are there to cover the chance. So if one of the gambles wins, St Xavier would be a profit. Two for gold would the fix would cover the other 2. If all 3 win, doesn't matter. We're still well ahead from yesterday as well. Again, 25 points we lost. That should have been there yesterday, but if there's any interest, once we're rocking and rolling, we're not going to be making those mistakes, and we're going to be grabbing. It only takes for me to concentrate and stick with and lock everybody out, lock my other businesses out while we're doing this. It's much more important anyway. Much bigger money than profits and anything. So yeah, just listen to this one
before they jump off, and best of luck if you are having a bet with us here at William Hill. Let's go back to the track and get the call live from Ascot.
Thank you, Matt. Coming forward now to the tape, 3 miles ahead of them. Walking in, St Xavier, the most prominent of all the runners, approaching the tape. And away they go. Good luck to all of these old-timers then as they head away. St Xavier and Lily Pinchin did indeed get a good start. Wishing and Hoping is right there on the inside and jumped really well to take up the lead under Alex Edwards. Behind those, Run to Milan and Alan Johns with 2 for gold on the outside. Fence number 2. 2 for gold sailed over that with Ruthless Article 1 from the rear. Larry is held up last of all by Will Kennedy as they continue to head downhill. They've got an open ditch coming up next. Wishing and Hoping and St Xavier are together. Wishing and Hoping didn't get very high there. Survived that. Thought he was going to plunge right through the fence, but he's okay and heads on towards the 4th. So St Xavier, Wishing and Hoping, the 2 leaders. And that time Wishing and Hoping jumped much better than St Xavier. Behind those, 2 for gold in company with Run to Milan and then Ruthless Article. And at the back, Larry is last of all still. But a long way to go. They've taken 4 and they're now racing round the turn at the bottom end of the track, heading back up the hill towards the home straight first time. So the 2 old-timers trading blows at the head of affairs are Wishing and Hoping, the 13-year-old on the inside of St Xavier. Joining in now with them on the outer is 2 for gold. 2 for gold followed by Run to Milan, Ruthless Article and Larry still held up last of the 6 runners as they pop over the next of their fences. Away from that, still very little to choose between the 3 leaders as they come to the next one. St Xavier took off in front that time. Quite badly out to the left and forfeiting ground was Ruthless Article, who's only just in front of Larry at the back end of the field. And this field well strung out with 3 clear leaders ahead of the other 3 rivals. Those clear leaders are Wishing and Hoping, 2 for gold and St Xavier, and they have an 8-length lead over Ruthless Article, Run to Milan and Larry, who still sits at the rear end of the field. Into the straight then, fences 9 and 10, and then round they'll go again, and Wishing and Hoping to the 9th with St Xavier in the middle and 2 for gold on the wide outside. They land in front and well clear still of Run to Milan, Larry and Ruthless Article. To the 10th fence, exactly halfway when they reach it. 2 for gold, stand side, lovely jump with Wishing and Hoping. 2 fantastic leaps from those 2, and behind them now is St Xavier back in 3rd place. Behind them, a gap of 7 lengths still back to Larry and Ruthless Article and Run to Milan. All 3 will be hoping that the 3 at the head of affairs may have gone off a stride or 2 too quickly as they now turn away once again through their point of departure and on towards the final 10 fences of the race. This then the memberships at Ascot Veterans Handicap Chase with Wishing and Hoping, 2 for gold and St Xavier all still tightly grouped up. Saint Javier just seemed to hit that one reasonably hard. Larry is a clear fourth now, ahead of Ruthless Article and then Run to Milan. Heading over the next fence, Wishing and Hoping, 2 for Gold, Saint Javier, then Larry, Ruthless Article and Run to Milan. Racing now down towards the ditch. This is the penultimate fence over on the far side. Fence number 13. Wishing and Hoping over safely from 2 for Gold. Saint Javier's in third place, but Lily Pinchin not looking massively comfortable in the saddle. Larry still going next off the pace though with Ruthless Article as they take the last over on the far side. Larry seemed to reach for that and hit it quite hard, and Run to Milan's at the rear of the field as well. So now they make their way for a final time around Swinley Bottom. They've now got 6 more fences left to take. Wishing and Hoping leads together with 2 for Gold, but they're coming back to the field now with Saint Javier third, and the other 3 are now sitting much closer to the lead. Larry on the outside together with Ruthless Article. Run to Milan comes next as they race over the 6th last fence. Wishing and Hoping, 2 for Gold, Saint Javier, Larry, Ruthless Article and Run to Milan. Here's the 5th last. And over that one, Wishing and Hoping and 2 for Gold. Followed by Saint Javier and Larry just squeezed up to get closer with Ruthless Article on the wide outside and Run to Milan jumping up on the inner as well. Now they race on towards the final fence over on the far side of the track before the turn for home. Cracking jump there from 2 for Gold, who's out in front from Wishing and Hoping. These two have opened up some 6 to 7 lengths clear of Run to Milan and Larry, and Will Kennedy's not given up the chase yet as they move round the home turn. 2 more fences left to take. 2 for Gold strikes on in the veterans chase from Wishing and Hoping. Then Run to Milan and Larry as they race on now down to 2 out. 2 for Gold, Wishing and Hoping. Run to Milan, Larry still inching a little bit closer. 2 for Gold then coming down towards the final fence. 2 for Gold and David Bass with a decent break over Run to Milan in second. 2 for Gold sailed over the last. Run to Milan in second. Larry back in third place, then Wishing and Hoping. And as they race up towards the line, 2 for Gold's driven right out here to win the veterans chase. In second place was Run to Milan. Larry finishing in third place and Wishing and Hoping.
So the worst one in the odds wins there, just gets money back, no profit on that race. 4.55 at Leopardstown. I have to quickly run through that. Should have been reading that already. Keeps reminding me of that fix, 22 to 1. No fix in this race that I can see. Quickly reading that side of things. Now on to the market. Is that a reserve? Just a minute. What am I reading here? Two minutes to the off. Gotta be quick. I'm going to put that in because it's strong, nearly gold gamble. Carlsberg's definite gold gamble. That leaves open to just going to cover everything for now. I've got 1 minute left. A little bit of money for Plunkett. We'll leave that out. That's weak. Eastern wind. covered the reverse gamble and 3 strong selections. 2 strong selections, 1 gold each way gamble. If we're just concentrating on the main methods, then it's going to be Carlsberg and Eastern Wind for the reverse gamble. 2 that's very strong. Can't really leave out Crystal Clear or Eloquent Alpha because they are close to gambles themselves as well. Yeah, so the fixed method we can just run by itself. The gold gambles we can run by itself. They're the 2 main methods. Reverse gambles, well, when you're hitting 50 to 1 shots, 100 to 1 places, I'd say that's possibly a joint the best method going. You can be going a long time, but they're always placing these reverse gambles. You can be going a day or 2 before they hit. Depends on the grounds. If the ground's changing, we're heavy at Leopardstown. 5:10 for the next. Let's listen to this race.
For this next race at Leopardstown, it's the 4:55. It's their penultimate race on the card, and we can go back now to Ireland and get the call live from the track.
Dead off, very level break, 13 runners over.
For this next race at Leopardstown, it's the 4:55. It's their penultimate race on the card, and we can go back now to Ireland and get the call live from the track.
Dead off, very level break, 13 runners over.
Where's the commentary gone? We have a disappearing commentary.
Runners went off like the clappers, and Comfort Line couldn't actually get near the pace, and I'm not entirely sure that suited. But Crystal Clear was always in a good position and showed a good turn of foot and was comfortably clear by the line.
Yeah, clear-cut winner then for Crystal Clear. Returns around about 13-2 winner of the 4:55 at Leopardstown. They've got one more race to come from Leopardstown over in Ireland today. So
made a
back
profit
there for their next race, which is the 5:30. But our next race...
Made a profit there on the... was just short of the gold gamble. See if any of the others placed. profit on the winner by the sounds of it. Carlsberg second, money back on that. So 2 lost from 13 to 2. Effectively a 9 to 2 win there. Profit. This is interesting, being that Mr. N. McFarm is on the favourite, yet Mr. S. McFarm owns Shantou Show, which is the Gold Gamble, but no declared jockey. Maybe the invisible man is riding Shantou Show. Just got to be careful there, because, yeah. Strong, Custer's Mistake for the free timer, possibly is going to get that, but it's a joint favourite, so I'm not going to go for that. I'm back against it, hoping for just a place. I don't care if that wins. Custer's Mistake, I'm sure we cover it. It depends what's happening to the rest of the market. Strong for, so I've got 2 chance. Nothing for Happy Valley. Nothing for I Know Yourself. Strong John Spark. So that makes that 3 to cover. Potential free losses, but very rare. It happened today with 4 selections. We needed those reverse gambles to swallow up those losses. And the fakes especially. 22 to 1, 28 to 1 would have looked really good on record, but it's a Sunday and I'm not really that interested. So like I say, we can generally most times play one day and get 2 months profit to any other tipster out there after their profits and loss by doing this method. But if we have a bad day, obviously you've got to play on to make your profit to cover that bad day, but the bad days don't lose that much and the booster days make 3 days worth of bad days profit. Yeah, on a maiden hunter's chase, if this was a handicap, All Loved Up would be a reverse gamble, but it's probably just a horse with a broken leg in this occasion. But they do win, they do come in, but hasn't run for 263 days. Looks like a good horse when it did. These are all in dark figures, as though they've been running on the all-weather. Could possibly take a chance on that, so... Right, let's cover all signals in this race. Shantou Show is a gold gamble and All Loved Up potential reverse gamble. Like I say, you need a handicap really to be more interested in All Loved Up. And the others will be there trying. So we're approaching the end of the day. 5:10, 5:20, 5:30, 5:40. 4 races left. Let's just get them fed in. So like I say, Faith Loving is, there's no signal for it. McFarlane Brothers. So Shantou Snow, I'm going to put in a gold each way gamble. put in the strong, so give it a chance. So we're covering 4 here. Like I say, not really aiming for a profit here, we just want to cover the possibility of that 50 to 1 being a reverse gamble, making some good money. And John the Spark would make a profit, so we might get a 1-2 here and make a profit. This was the handicap. It's no surprise if All Loved Up after a break does get an each way at 50 to 1, then there is a profit for sure. It's paying out 8 runners, first, second, third. Soft ground makes all the difference. All Loved Up might love the soft ground, but I'm not one to stay up all night burning the midnight oil. We don't need to. This method is just a quick read. So obviously if only 2 of these kind of place, we might be losing 1 or 2 points, or 1 or 2 20 grands, which is nothing because every bet's 20 grand. In your case, you might be betting £10 each way, you might be backing £50 each way, it might be £100 each way, it might be £1,000 each way. You want to be aiming for at least to be very, very comfortable and know you're never going to lose. 50 points you want to be wants to be in your bank, covering for each method, for the gold gambles, for the reverse gambles, for the fixes. It's never going to happen, guys. I've only had 9 losing run on my worst year, and that's within 1 year way back, assuming I get all selections in. This one, I'm going to get all selections in. It's a great film if you want to see it, from the 80s. You want to download it. It's called Let It Ride. What a great, inspirational, funny, happy horse racing movie. Forget Seabiscuit. It's kind of inspirational too if you're an owner. But on the gambling side, let it ride. Just listen to the pros that never get the reverse gambles at 50 to 1 or 100 to 1 places.
Little Muddy, number 8, has just got up on the line, perhaps, Jan. It was Spoof who got a freebie on the front end, but Little Muddy's come there with a late challenge.
Yeah, commentator peaked too soon, saying
yeah.
he'd gone pillar to post, didn't he? There, she was slowly away, Little Muddy, and she's just made up real good ground late on, hasn't she? Just to catch Spoof in the shadows of the post. You feel a little bit sorry for Spoof, don't you? Alex Vorhansky's set out to try and make all on him, and it's nearly paid off. I mean, that was the horse's 3rd start since joining Kevin Frost, and that was a big step forward for him. But yeah, Little Muddy, she just mugged him on the line there for Seb Spencer and Dale Swift back with a winner. But decent enough performance. But yeah, from being slowly away, I don't think that's a bad performance for the grade, that.
Yeah, perhaps not, because Little Muddy was a horse that was challenging from off the pace and looks as though she just got up on the line. So good performance from that horse. We will wrap up the full SPs after they come through. We can now move over to Downpatrick because runners are at the start for their next race. It's their last race on the card, the 5:10, and it's a 2 mile, 7.5 furlong maiden Hunter's Chase, and there are 9 runners going to post for this contest. So I'll just run you through the betting, and it's Faith Loving who is the market leader on 3 to 1, Custer's Mistake on 7 to 2, Shantu Show is on 5 to 1, also on 5 to 1 is So I've Got a Chance, Happy Victory on 15 to 2, Know Yourself on 9 to 1, and bigger prizes for the remainder. So Stuart, Faith Loving is the market leader here for the 5:10 at Downpatrick. That horse is on 100 to 30 currently.
Yeah, I mean, this is a race where you need to know your Irish point-to-point form very well, and I'm afraid I wouldn't claim to be an expert on that. Faith Loving was placed in this race last year, had a mixed record since then, but did beat Ferns Lock in October, although was disqualified later on. That's a very good horse, and then ran up against the Storyteller last time. The fact that the money's come for it after a break is very encouraging, so that's one that's obviously got a chance. Custer's Mistake has been in very good form, won a couple of point-to-points recently. To be honest, I think I would prefer the solidness of that form rather than the sort of the previous back class of Faith Loving. The other one that might be worth a mention is Happy Victory, who's trained by Gordon Elliott. That's won 2 point-to-points recently, but flopped when it was favourite for a similar race to this at Thurles last month. For those yard, I think you've got to respect it, but I think I would be with Custer's Mistake.
Okay, Custer's Mistake then on the off for the next race at Downpatrick. Let's go back to the track and get the call live.
Bad Mistake by Happy Victory, and slightly detached already is Shantou Show. Quickly on to the next, All Loved Up and How You Know Yourself. So I've Got a Chance. And then in third is John the Spark in company with Faith Loving and Happy Victory, Custer's Mistake. And then Sizing Diamond, and our back marker is Shantou Show. Up in front of the judge, and All Loved Up, Alana McGuinness has the lead. To in second place, Adam Ryan and You Know Yourself. So I've Got a Chance, Stephen Connor. In fourth place, John the Spark, Declan Lavery. Then Faith Loving and Noel McParland. And then behind, in sixth place as they go downhill, is Happy Victory and Anthony Fox. And now meeting the rising ground, Custer's Mistake, Paul O'Neill in the stripes. And behind is Sizing Diamond, Luke Carberry and Shantou Show, Clara McGoldrick. The next fence they'll meet will bring them right-handed into the side of the track. And All Loved Up, How You Know Yourself, So I've Got a Chance, John the Spark, Faith Loving, Happy Victory, judged best turned out in this race, and then a break of a couple of lengths to Custer's Mistake. Likewise back to Sizing Diamond, and then Shantou Show. But our leader is All Loved Up for trainer Liam Lennon, who in second place on the outside, So I've Got a Chance for Stephen McConville. Then in third place, How You Know Yourself for Andy Slattery. John the Spark, Ian Donoghue's representative, and Caroline McCalden's Faith Loving, Happy Victory for Gordon Elliott. And then outside of it again is John O'Neill's Custer's Mistake. Then Jim Draper's Sizing Diamond and Shantou Show for Sean McParland. Continuing to run uphill, All Loved Up in the purple and white to the black with the white sleeves, So I've Got a Chance. The predominantly red of How You Know Yourself. And then comes the pink with the brown half sleeves of Stephen O'Connor on John the Spark. Then in behind is Happy Victory, the black and beige, the quartered colours of Alan McCalden's Faith Loving, as they get to the fence at the top of the track, and All Loved Up by a length. So I've Got a Chance. Then How You Know Yourself and John the Spark, Faith Loving, Happy Victory, and a faller there, Sizing Diamond crashed out. Horse and rider to their feet, but So Loved Up still with the lead to How You Know Yourself. So I've Got a Chance in third. John the Spark and Faith Loving, and then Happy Victory and Custer's Mistake, just pushed along for a stride or two, or three even, Shantou Show. So at the next, the regulation, and All Loved Up, still with the lead by half a length to How You Know Yourself, and then a length further back in third is So I've Got a Chance, John the Spark and Faith Loving, Happy Victory, Custer's Mistake, and Shantou Show. Go on to what will be the second last in the circuit's time. And All Loved Up, How You Know Yourself, So I've Got a Chance, and John the Spark going the shortest route. Faith Loving, Happy Victory, Custer's Mistake, and Shantou Show. But All Loved Up, second on his last 2 point-to-point runs. To in second place is How You Know Yourself, the winner when last seen. Then in third place, So I've Got a Chance, likewise, was in the winner's circle. Then comes John the Spark on the inside, who was fifth at Old Town. Then Faith Loving, still looking on in fourth place, and was fourth when last seen. Then Happy Victory travels quite comfortably mid-division, and then Custer's Mistake and Shantou Show, who has caught up nicely onto the tail end of the group, who's now headed for the first time in the race by How You Know Yourself. All Loved Up in second place. So I've Got a Chance and John the Spark, Faith Loving and Happy Victory. Custer's Mistake once again pushed along for a stride or two, and Shantou Show. But How You Know Yourself and All Loved Up, John the Spark, cutting every corner. So I've Got a Chance, Faith Loving, Happy Victory, Shantou Show, and Custer's Mistake. And Now You Know Yourself corrected himself on takeoff. 2 in second place, All Loved Up. John the Spark, close third. And then comes So I've Got a Chance. And behind that is Faith Loving and Happy Victory and Shantou Show. And tailing off now is Custer's Mistake. And they will be bypassing the fence at the top of the track. They will be bypassing the fence at the top of the track. But Now You Know Yourself, All Loved Up. You can rule out Custer's Mistake. John the Spark in third. In fourth place is Faith Loving. So I've Got a Chance and Happy Victory and Shantou Show. But Now You Know Yourself, travelling powerfully in the hands of Adam Ryan. 2 in second place, All Loved Up. John the Spark on the inside. Faith Loving, Happy Victory. Behind Happy Victory, Shantou Show. And So I've Got a Chance, going widest of all. Reminders now for All Loved Up. But You Know Yourself, John the Spark, Faith Loving, So I've Got a Chance, Happy Victory, Shantou Show, and All Loved Up. They've gone a long way clear as they bypass this fence to Custer's Mistake. But You Know Yourself, John the Spark, within half a length. And then in third place is Shantou Show, Happy Victory, and Faith Loving, So I've Got a Chance. Downhill and on the run towards the regulation. 3 from home in the Boardsmill Sires Maiden Hunters Chase. And John the Spark with the lead by a head to You Know Yourself. Then comes Faith Loving and Happy Victory. And Shantou Show is edged much closer once again and is doing it easily. And they're leaving behind So I've Got a Chance. 3 out. John the Spark, You Know Yourself, Faith Loving and Shantou Show. And You Know Yourself lands with a half a length to the good over John the Spark. And Shantou Show still catching the eye. Faith Loving, and then comes Happy Victory as they swing into the home straight. 2 fences to jump, and a Shantou Show on the inside. 2 in the centre. You Know Yourself, John the Spark will be stable side. Then Faith Loving and Happy Victory. And inside the wings of the second last, and touching down with the lead is Shantou Show. 2 in second place is You Know Yourself. Then comes in third is John the Spark, Faith Loving and Happy Victory. And at the last, and Shantou Show up and over to You Know Yourself, John the Spark, and then Happy Victory, who landed on his hind legs. But it's Shantou Show and Clara McGoldrick being pushed clear. This spare ride.
Shantou Show, the Gold Gamble lands there. Like I say again, if we just played the Gold Gambles, we're having a good time. We want to cover all bases. So only 4 to 1 for Shantou Show, and not too much. No profit, a little bit of profit because we got the third as well. Strong money here for the Paul Nicholls horse Ivaldi because it's favourite. We'll leave it alone. I'll get on with try and talk through as I do. Ascot 520. Strong money for Jerash. Don't know whether to cover them all in this case. Just do the full market read. Weak for top of the bill. Weak to strong 50 ball. Might just cover them all. I've got a 4th strong indicator. Yeah, I think I'll cover them all. Yeah. Jive Freud. Right, okay. So reverse gamble here. Jive Freud. Ascot 520. Just run through them real quick. Ivaldi. Rush, red. Jerash. And was it 50 ball? 50 ball, 520. That's everything covered. These 3, 50 ball. All those four are strong indicators, positive on the positive side of the market. Potential reverse gamble with Jai Freud. Still a reverse gamble. Ivaldi has hit. Jerash has hit the gold each way gamble, so that's, take note, that's a gold each way gamble is Jerash, and the reverse gamble is Jai Freud. So, and the other three are just strong ones I'm covering. I didn't cover the early ones. They won at 9-1 and 6-1 during the day. I said I wouldn't cover them, but if we'd have just covered the gold gambles, we'd be well ahead, and the reverse gambles and the fixers, which have made for a Sunday a major profit. Major profit. If I'd have got on, obviously, if we're putting real money down, maximum concentration, not going to miss anything, going to read race after race, going to block everybody else out while I do these. The only problem is I can't be an advisor and get on at the same time. What I'm going to have someone do is cover my bets at the end, or someone at the side of me is going to place my bets while I talk through and send through the advices for everybody else to get on. You can always use the exchanges, but like I say, since I was stung on the exchanges and Betfair, and it said the bet was matched, they owed me $3,500, and when came to the end of the race, the bet wasn't covered, it wasn't matched at all. I don't know if they can match and unmatch, but I doubt it. Once it's matched, it should be like placing a bet. Got in touch with customer services, said why isn't it at least in record that I attempted to make that bet, and they said if the bet's not matched, it doesn't show. So I couldn't even show that I placed that bet, and I wasn't recording like I am now for YouTube. So that really pissed me off, so I stopped using the exchanges. I don't trust them. Let's listen to this race.
Parisian in second place. Then comes Certainly Red, Rocky Man close up, and then Sir Psycho buried away with Shantou Express on the stand side. Ballybeg is right with them, and then after those 50 ball followed by Clay Rogers, who has just bustled along briefly away from that flight. Espoir de Rome is next, and then those at the back end of the field, they include Geoffroy, who's racing with Gentleman at Arms. Jerash is second last now, and last of all is top of the bill as they now race right-handed and out on their final circuit of the track. Ivaldi, attempting to make all of the running, still has Hasty Parisian as his nearest pursuer. Rocky Man right up the inside, going the shortest way, noses into third place with Certainly Red on the outside of those as they come to take the next flight. Again, Certainly Red not massively convincing. Shantou Express on his wide outside. Sir Psycho is going fine in behind them. Ballybeg's only another length back. And then 50 ball with Clay Rogers towards the inside. Geoffroy, Gentleman at Arms and X as they take the next flight. Espoir de Rome is further back. Geoffroy now getting a reminder, and still at the back end of the field, top of the bill in company with Jerash. So they're racing towards the Swindley Bottom turn for a final time on what is now a glorious late afternoon here, and with these final 4 flights of hurdles left to take, it is still Ivaldi with the advantage from Hasty Parisian, then Rocky Man up the inside as Certainly Red is asked for a little bit more effort in 4th place. Sir Psycho has always travelled well in behind them. Angus Gelada bidding for a big double on this Sunday afternoon. He's followed through by Ballybeg. After Ballybeg is 50 ball still travelling fine. Clay Rogers comes next. Espoir de Rome's off the pace, and so too on the outside is Gentleman at Arms coming over the fourth last. Ivaldi then with the advantage. Ivaldi still going strongly up the inside. Harry Cobden on board with Hasty Parisian in second place. Green Sleeves, Sir Psycho still travelling with menace. So too is Rocky Man, and these four now have gone on from Certainly Red. 50 Ball is going to be delivered late if he can, and he's followed by Ballybeg, who's pushed along. Espoir de Rome is next in the field, and then Clay Rogers, who heads the rest, who all look beaten. Jirash has never really got into it today and needs to fly from that position way back. So they head then for the final two flights, and Ivaldi still cantering along on a tight rein. Ivaldi with the advantage far side. Flick through the top of that from Rocky Man in second place. The faller was Clay Rogers when well beaten. It's Rocky Man giving chase here to Ivaldi. Behind those, Hasty Parisienne, then Espoir de Rome and 50 Ball. Last flight, Ivaldi, untidy over it, but has a big lead. Ivaldi from Rocky Man and Espoir de Rome as they head up towards the winning line. Nice afternoon's work here for trainer Paul Nicholls and Mrs. Johnny De La Haye. Another winner for them. Ivaldi makes all. Espoir de Rome in second place. Rocky Man was next, and it was tight for fourth between Hasty Parisian and 50 Ball.
Yeah, Ivaldi returns the winner of the last race then.
7-2 for Ivaldi, 16-1 for Espoir de Rome, 7 points, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Would have been nice if we got the 3. Slight loss there. Always taking a punt when you cover so many on the strong side. Mind you, today would have been a massive profit, like I say, if we'd have covered all the strong ones. Espoir de Rome would have been a nice winner there, but unfortunately just placed. Oh, the gamble. Well, okay, so that's better than John the Spark. Supposed to have gone off SP at 9-1. Shantou Show was supposed to have gone off SP 9-2. So it worked in our favour there, coming in at 13-2 on the winner. So it all balances out. It all balances out. Right, there's nothing in the 5:30. Well, there's 2. I've got 2 strong indicators against the favourite, but the favourite is a gold win for Purple Gown. So at the prices, it just doesn't make sense to go each way on these. Laureline and Lebaland. Yeah, that's a seriously strong favourite in the last. At Doncaster as well. I mean, if there was ever a gold win bet, that would be it. Let's just see what's against it and then make a decision. Let's look at the code 3. Code 3. Oh. Okay. We're approaching reverse gamble. Right, okay, the market's flipped a little bit. I'm not so sure about Ayo Fitzmagic. How's Roger Fell doing? He's had a win and a second and a third in his last 10 runs. We're on the flat season now. Five furlongs, 6 furlongs. What does he win at? He wins at... Did he have a win yet? He had a win. 3 starts ago. 5 furlong, class 5, 9 stone 9. He's only 9 stone today, this outsider. Let's have a closer look. He won on Good to Firm. How's he been doing? What's today's ground? Soft. Might not suit. Took a bit deeper. Did he get close on soft? Good to soft. Beaten 3.5 lengths on Good to Soft last time on 9 stone 8. Two more points and we're going into reverse gamble territory. On the handicap, the favourite is back into a gold win, and it's clear. It's clear strong in the odds in the market against. We're willing to lose 2 points to get the punt, but it has to reach reverse gamble territory. So let's have a look. Right, okay. That's 5k. Good to soften his last run, only beaten 3.5 lengths. I'm good to soft today. In between his, not too bad on good to soft. St James, Johnny Pete, different jockey today to claim that £5. Quite an intelligent decision. Don't like to look too much into it and just go on the market vibes. So Phoenix Range. Depends how many are signalled. Star of Aria is quite strong. Refuge Schedule. There's potential reverse gamble. Paul Midgley. Gustav Graves is coming in a little bit for a weak signal for Derek Shaw. He's had one win recently. Showdown. Trainer's had one first, one in the money. Generally not good for that trainer, but it's a distance winner, Showdown. And with a change of ground, let's see how he's done. Soft beat by 3 lengths on soft. In class 4, I do believe he's dropped a class. So they're of interest. Never interested really much in a favourite, even though we had a favourite win or two today. My favourite's indicating it will just like, why is Star of Aria signalling strong? Don't think it's a winner. See, even I mean, this beast of a computer is the strongest in the world, but when the internet's slow, it's just pathetic. Not that strong. That Star of Aria is not signalling on the book side of things. Maggie and me, Purple Crown, Maggie and me. So, right, Maggie and me, yeah. Yeah, we're looking at that, but not in the system. Yeah, Goldwyn on the favourite signalled there, so it would have been loss of 2 if we'd have played against it. I didn't want to play against a Goldwyn favourite. So next and last race, let's go for it. Okay, 5:40 at Doncaster. Back into a strong Goldwyn on the favourite. We'll take a punt because we're massively ahead. Doncaster, 5:40. Yeah, it's all about the favourite here. Might as well. Let's just cover it. Yep, it's Maggie for the win. And then if our others don't, each ways don't turn up, then we've got something at least. Refuge. Yeah, so the reverse gamble. Sheridan. And 2 minutes left to cover Lotus Rose, which is now hit weak reverse gamble. I thought it would. Listen to the last race. I'm sorry folks, 4 hours today. But it's all very interesting. Like I say, once I've got more time to dedicate, and especially if people are wanting the service and subscribe, or if I'm on commissions, I'm not going to make mistakes. So I don't know which way to go yet. I don't know whether to help lots of people struggling, like some extra money, or if I just want to go and work with the high flyers, because my history of working with people for free wasn't very good. Interesting race. Let's leave it to Santa. Santa will deliver.
I thought he was kind of quite a lot of condition, but yeah, I'll just go that one each way. Star of Asia.
Okay, Star of Area then for Ken. Also gives a good mention there to Gustav Graves, who is Stuart's selection. So overall thoughts then from the last 2 days at Doncaster, Ken? It's been, well, we've had a mixed bag of results, but some good racing nonetheless.
Yeah, back on turf, it's been okay. Don't know if the form will hold up once the ground dries up. Personally, if I had to take a horse out of the whole 2 days, it would probably be the John Gosling horse that finished 4th in the maiden, which was called what was it? I forgot the name of it now. Was it not Airborne? What name was it? By Don't Worry Me. That was the one I liked. I can't remember the name of it.
Oh, Astrodome.
Yeah,
the green silk.
Astrodome.
Yeah.
Well done. Yeah, younger brain. Yeah, Astrodome. That's the one I would take out because I think he'll make a big step forward when he next appears.
Or Carlton, because they were 3rd and 4th.
No, I think Astrodome will be better. He's a much more substantial horse, and I think he'll improve a lot for it.
Okay, great. Thanks very much, Ken, and we'll speak to you, well, next week, no doubt.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good weekend. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Ken. Bye-bye.
Let's go back to Doncaster and get the call for their last race.
Fighter out fast with Lotus Rose. Refuge is right up with the pace. Up it's Maggie steering wide down the centre. Sherdil tucks in behind them in company with Indian Sounds and Phoenix Beach. Star of Aria towards the back of the field with Hey Mister, and Gustav Graves is last. They're already through the first couple of furlongs. Up it's Maggie, green and yellow out in the centre. The orange and green of Glory Fighter, Spotted Jacket right there with Refuge with the yellow cap, blue jacket near side. Sherdil is next in the field, squeezed along in the dark blue with the check sleeves. Then Lotus Rose, a pale blue of Phoenix Beach. Behind that one is Gustav Graves. Not many have got into it so far. Furlong and a half out. Up it's Maggie has hit the front on the far side, quickens up by a couple to Glory Fighter. Sherdil is next, followed by Refuge. Gustav Graves is running on strongly late. Up it's Maggie in front, being attacked by Gustav Graves. Then Glory Fighter. They go inside the final 100 yards. Up it's Maggie needs the line. Gustav Graves still coming, but Up it's Maggie finds more and wins. To Gustav Graves in second, Glory Fighter for third. Tight behind, Sherdil went past with Refuge.
Yes, up it's Maggie then, who's returned the...
So if you made it through to the end, yeah, the Maggies have done well the last 2 races. So thanks for watching. All my mistakes. Profit on the day, and tomorrow is very easy. No mistakes when there's 2 meetings during the day and 1 at night, assuming I'm not doing anything else. I'm not wanted right now. I'm only just showing the potential profit in this amazing King of Sports. Thanks for watching, and on to Monday.